We on? We good? Think that we are. We live? I think we are live. Well, welcome guys. Welcome to the 2025 full NBA first round live stream. We are just under a half an hour away from the first round, from the first pick being announced by the Dallas Mavericks. So if you are joining into the stream, or even if you're watching after this live stream will be available as a full video afterwards. Stick around. Comment down below anything that you want, any possible predictions, any questions that you have, and yeah, very interested to see how this draft goes. Like I said, I think that this is one of, if you watch my final mock draft, I think that this is one of the most unpredictable NBA drafts that we've had in a few years. One and two are set in stone, and then after that, there are a lot of things that can change. Obviously, the biggest question: where will Ace Bailey go? It seems as of right now that he's kind of slated to go between that 4 and 8 area. That could change a lot of things, but there is still potential for him to go to the 76ers. If the Sixers don't go with Bailey, who will they pick? Concanopoulos, Trey Johnson, BJ Edgecombe, which one of those guys? The two centers, will they go earlier than expected, especially Kaman Moloch, who seems to be the more valued center? Will Derek Queen potentially fall outside the lottery? And then, of course, there's a bunch of guys that have not been mentioned a lot in the lottery where there's questions of where they will go. Will Carter Bryant be a top 10 pick? I've seen a lot of mock drafts having him there. Colin Murray-Boyles, Austin Newell, the two top power forwards. Walter Clayton Jr., where will he fall? You have Cedric Coward, guard out of Washington State. Could he potentially be a lottery pick as well? I've seen recent mock drafts in the past couple of hours that have had him in that as well. So many different things that could change. But really excited to have it all here. Really quick, I'm going to make a very quick video for TikTok, just letting people know that we are live to come join the stream. All right, guys, as you can see, we are officially live. 27 minutes ago until the first pick of the NBA draft. So go down below to the TikTok or Instagram's description. There should be a link there. Click it, and you will see the full NBA first round live stream. Come join up, comment, come interact with me. Say whatever you want, comment whatever you want, and let's just go ahead and enjoy this big-time night and see how the NBA shakes up. I'm looking forward to having you guys in. Come on down. Join as quick as you can, and hope that you guys enjoy the draft. Have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you later. All right, guys, as you can see, also eating my dinner throughout this stream. Also really interested about the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets, I think, are a big story as well. They now, between trades, they now have 5 total first-round picks. They have 8, they have 19, they have 22, and then I believe it's 26 and 27, I believe. So they're either going to get a lot of really solid young talent, or they're going to be able to package those trades and potentially trade for someone. Could they get Giannis Antetokounmpo? I don't know if Brooklyn would be a great destination for him, but they now have enough value. Just going to be posting this real quick, and then we'll get back to the draft. How does he exemplify the beautiful culture here and the beautiful examples that this town took? Newport is humble and high, and he shows. And he's going to be the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. Thank you so very much, Kendra. Great name. Thank you so very much. Enjoy tonight.
like this is a once in a lifetime experience, and I'm so glad that it's radiating from here in Brooklyn all the way to Newport and also to Dallas. Because Marty, you know this. Newport is not the only city that's rejoicing. It is also Texas, Dallas, Texas. After a turbulent season, Newport represents a new start here. Appreciate it.
That was so fun.
That was so amazing.
Marty's main accent was great.
Marty, that's why we call him the Party Marty. He truly is that. It's not.
All right, so that's going up.
Newport name though to celebrate. I think that Dallas has had its standard set for the expectations of their draft market. Let's go through a little bit of how the Dallas Mavericks got to this point here. Because the city of Texas, it was awarded.
There will also be videos coming out after the draft is concluded about what happened, my reactions to it all. Might be doing some grading videos and whatnot. All that joy. The draft is really is a fun time as an analyst because you can just make so much different content.
Shockingly sent to the Lakers in a three-team trade that included Anthony Davis, which made the Dallas fans have some strong feelings toward general manager Nico Harrison. And then soon after, unfortunately, Davis and fellow star Kyrie Irving, they were out for the season with injuries. But thankfully, last month, the Mavericks received a #1 pick, which is the second time in franchise history. And now all eyes are set on a new era with Cooper Flag. I describe this as a new start, but I think it's a start with injuries that this roster has. A question I usually don't ask for the team picking #1 is about the expectations. But Dallas is usually making expectations. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at one. They're going to come out and establish their identity. They have no choice because they have the personnel. When you look at Anthony Davis, and you look at Daniel Gafford and Lowry, that front court in itself, and you add Cooper Flag to that, there's going to be a problem defensively. So they have that identity. And then I'm looking at what role is Cooper Flag going to play. And I can see him playing until Kyrie Irving gets back at point forward position. And Dre, you laid it out perfect, right? His ability to drop and throw those lobs. Well, he has the lob for himself. So I'm looking at this Mav team, and they're one of the few teams along with San Antonio and Oklahoma City that are prepared for the future and the now, maybe to win the title.
Of course, we need to see Kyrie Irving come back and healthy, but I want to bring in our front office insider, Bobby Marks, into this conversation. Bobby, Kyrie agreed to a new contract last night, according to our shop, Shiraki, giving him some flexibility. What are they going to do?
Turn this up a little bit while we go through.
Temporary replacement for Kyrie Irving, and as Perk and as you said, Malik, if this is a win now team, when you look at this Dallas Mavericks,
Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Cooper Flag, potentially Anthony Davis, and Derek Lively, and Daniel Gafford coming off the bench because he just signed an extension as well. That is a crazy lineup. Not to mention, they still have one of the Martin twins. They have Spencer Dinwiddie. They have Najee Marshall. Depth is insane. And as we've been seeing in recent years, depth has become a lot more important than top talent has. I think that the big three basketball has really started to fade away within the NBA. You're not seeing. You're obviously not seeing as many top talent teams be able to win title because either an injury happens or they just don't have enough to really get through the season. It's a lot. And you're starting to see a team like the Thunder who just won with an 11, 12-man roster. A couple years back, that would have never been a thing. Pacers were the same way. I mean, they could go 8, 9 deep. Thinking back at recent champions, the Bucks were pretty deep. Nuggets were kind of deep. They had 7, 8 guys. But there's a reason why we've seen teams like the Nets a couple of years back with KD, James Harden, and Kyrie. There's a reason why those teams didn't do a lot.
I'm not going to do any interviews. I'm not going to meet with teams pre-draft. It matters, Kevin. You got to decide how much it matters. You don't want to overreact to that information, but I can tell you it makes it harder to draft a guy like that. Bottom line. Doesn't mean you don't draft him, but it does raise some questions about what's going on here. Is he a promise? Does he not work out for anybody? Is this kid afraid to work
So,
out? It's all speculation, but it makes you uncomfortable.
I had Ace Bailey going 5 to the Jazz. I've seen him going as low as 8. Obviously as high as 3. There's no one that thinks that San Antonio is going to go with anyone but Dylan Harper, which I understand.
Because of the storyline. I will talk to you about that on NBA Draft Coach. It's like you've done this team thing before. What a great setup this teaser. Yeah. You're going to get all of this top of the hour on ABC.
I don't know. To me, it's just like it's a Shedeur situation. He's not. Don't get me wrong. He's not going to fall that far. Like he wouldn't fall to like late first round, early second round. But I mean, if you don't know enough about the guy, why the heck would you? Hey, we got one person in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're getting ready to kick off here in 18 minutes. Just under 20 minutes away from the first pick going in. It's Jizzy J. It's good, Jay. Who going 1? Cooper Flag, man. Although I do like my boy D Harp, Dylan Harper. But nah, it's definitely gonna be Coop. Shoot, Jay, when we going golfing next, bro? Now that you committed, you got some NIL money.
The money is so significant, being able to go the college route and then jump to the NBA.
And we're seeing that. The proof is in that because there's several pairs of teammates that we could be seeing being drafted in the first round. Illinois, Duke, and of course Rutgers. Armonica McNutt is with teammates from both Michigan State and Dylan Harper.
Thank you, Malika. All right, gentlemen. The day is finally arrived. How are we feeling?
Very, very emotional right now. I mean, my emotions ever. I'm excited. I want to cry. I mean, just hard work paying off. I'm here.
Feel great, excited. Is ready to play.
The freak is Ace Bailey wearing, bro?
I'm excited.
All right, so we know you guys have a ton of personality and chemistry as friends and basketball players. Ace, I want you to describe and rate.
He's got like starfish on his freaking suit.
He's a very calm man. He don't like too much.
2 people in.
Like he was in the suit, very simple.
What's up, guys? 17 minutes away. We're just checking out Ace Bailey's freaking ugly suit. Ugly ass suit. Oh, I thought my short just got blocked, bro.
I mean, this is like, if you want to
Jay, when we going golfing?
This right here ain't Bailey. I mean, you got the little sparkle, the little diamonds, you got the chain, the red with the black, favorite colors, the shoes, nice, and the whole jacket. Show the words you got, man. Show the words you got.
I love it.
Oh, that's kind of sick.
All right, so you guys.
You got the photo album underneath. That's pretty dope.
Off camera, though, Malika, you guys told me what you were ready to do tonight. What y'all ready to do tonight?
Ready to hoop. I'm ready to sign the college. I'm ready.
I'm ready to get drafted, man. I'm ready for the basketball. I was ready to step into a new chapter of life.
I'm ready for it. So I'm prepared for my life.
All right, guys. Well,
So, another interesting thing to pay attention to is how these trades, these random trades that happened yesterday and the previous day before this draft are really going to affect this thing. Mostly for Portland, they draft number 11, I think is their pick. So they just traded away Anthony Simons. They have Drew Holiday now. So they could potentially go in the backcourt and maybe get like a lead guard, like an Igor Demon, Nolan Traore, or something like that. Or they could also stick to what I think a lot of people have them going, which is in the front court, normally at that power forward position. Colin Murray-Boyles, Austin Newell, Carter Bryant's been mentioned, Noah Senge, all those athletic type forwards that they could go out and play with. You also had the Hawks getting Porzingis. So Atlanta has 13. They don't have 22 anymore. So are they going to continue padding their front court? Because obviously Clint Capella is a free agent. You'd like to have potentially a backup for him, but with the 13th overall pick, I'm not sure if you're really looking for a bench guy. Or do they still go in the backcourt with a playmaking point guard and Igor Demon to play next to Trey with his length and his size?
Well, two things. One, we actually have 5 guys tonight. Ryan Nembhard will probably be picked in the second round from Gonzaga. And this particular group was so unselfish and so hardworking, obviously blessed with talent. Beginning of the year, we had 6.
2025 Montverde, or what was it? Who was the team being compared to Chino? 2022 Montverde? 2025 versus 2022. Who wins? Because you got Flag, Queen, Newell, Ryan Nembhard. That's a dangerous ass team, man. That's a crazy high school team. I couldn't imagine having to go up against those guys on some random Thursday night. You're from like a California public school and you got to go up against Montverde some random ass night. Get beat by 100, then go to school next day? Hell no. That's crazy. Oh, I can share my screen? I didn't know that. Share screen, share. So I gotta get used to this live, man. Let's see. See if I can pull up my final mock draft that I did, so you guys can kind of see what I had.
Well, a few things. One, Cooper has a tremendous work ethic. 2, he's very coachable. And then 3, I think his game really transcends into the NBA with his length, his size, and his versatility. And I think it's
Yes, continue with Google.
Being successful, I think he's going to want to be a champion. I think he's going to want to be a
Cooper Flag is going to have a lot on his plate year one with Dallas because, this is obviously you want to be in a position where you can succeed and you're going to compete right away. But in competing, you're going to have to play at a very, very high level, immediately. So can he do that? That's the question. Obviously, he's played, we saw the games at Duke. We saw his ability. But is he going to be able to do that at the next level? Can he play playoff basketball year one? Because if Dallas stays healthy, which, is a pretty big if, but if Dallas stays healthy, they could do it. Let's see if this works. I can show you guys. So I was trying to figure out a way to show you guys my mock draft. Yeah, allow.
Or we can look at some investment options.
I'm just doing time.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
What, Missy got Legos from last time? No, but with Ring, I can find it.
So we still got the entire screen. So maybe we could. So we're.
Find it.
You got the tickets?
The only ticket company in the game that rewards you for buying.
Guys, you can see some of my thumbnails and stuff. Where the heck did all my. Come on, man. All right, let's see. We're probably going to have to download this again. Let's download this. Hopefully my computer don't crash, man. Shout out to this college laptop, bro. So we'll start with this. Or I guess I could just show that. And we can go to that in a second. You want to see my stream, though.
This is incredible.
Cool. Yeah, this will work. Or this could work. Let me expand it. This will be in front of me. So this is my final lottery side of it. Once we get past the lottery, we'll switch it to 15 through 30 that I have. But this is it. This is the final draft that I had. I like it. I think it's solid. I think it honestly does have a chance to potentially be perfect. And as an analyst, that's what you want. So you look like you know what you're doing. I think the only thing that could change, I mean, obviously Ace Bailey going earlier could screw this whole thing up. But the only ones that I'm nervous about are Kasparis at 7, because I feel like that's a wild card pick for New Orleans. I think that they could kind of go anywhere. And also Chicago at 12. That's kind of my boldest pick, Chicago at 12 with Rasheer Fleming. Because there are some drafts that have Rasheer going at the end of the first round. Make sure nobody's commenting or nothing. So those are the only two that I'm really concerned about. But I think that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are solid. Especially 6. It sounds like the Wizards really, really are interested in Jeremiah Fears. There have been talks about them trying to trade up for him. In this draft, I have him falling. And I think he very well could. Charlotte, Philly, they don't really need a point guard. Utah could go point guard, but I don't think it would really be smart because they already have 3 point guards on the roster that they have to play. So I definitely think that number 6 is fair. Trey Johnson falling at 8 might seem a little crazy, but I don't actually think it is. I think ESPN actually released a mock draft today that I saw on Instagram that I'm pretty sure had this exact order 1 through 8. I'm not sure who they had New Orleans taking, but they did have Flag, Harper, Edgecombe, Knopel, Bailey, Fears, and then Trey Johnson going 8. So I don't think it's too crazy. And listen, Trey Johnson's got some holes. He's not a perfect prospect. He's a great scoring guard, don't get me wrong. There's Neat Clifford. That suit's kind of tough. The little ombre with the purple and light purple. That's kind of fresh. Cedric Howard looks fresh. The all black with the CC chain. That's pretty tough. I knew nothing about Cedric Howard until a couple of weeks ago. Igor Denman got his little Euro cream fit on with his little cross chain. That's actually kind of tough. Who best dressed? Best dressed out of this guy. VJ looks tough. That suit is actually tough. Noah Senge got some, what are those, Christmas lights hanging from his wrists? Noah Senge got Christmas lights, man. Okay, Jeremiah Fears. Bro, just having a cool last name like Fears, you can make that into anything, man. Like, he has a chain that says Fear. Like, that's sick. What's Coop wearing? He's not up there? Oh, no, there he is. Dang, he got a little beard. He got some chin hair. Dylan Harper. See, man, simple is clean, bro. Like, I get wanting to wear, like, the flashy suits and stuff, but just wearing, like, the black suit with the shirt, that's all you got to do, man. Kasparis, Jaco Junis. Trey J. Okay, Trey J is a little too simple, I got to admit. Trey J is a little too simple. He just got the bare blue suit. Khan looked tough. I like the little crossing that's in. That's tough. eating here. Come on, Maluak. I'm really interested to see where he goes because there's a lot of people that are high on him. Oh, shoot, Liam McNeely's there. There are some mock drafts that have Maluak going like 4. I've seen some drafts that have the Hornets picking Maluak, which, I mean, wouldn't really be bad if you end up trading away Mark Williams. But is Mark Williams healthy? Those questions. CMB looks tough. I like the pinstripes. I think majority of these guys pass the vibe checks. Derek Queen, we got to do better than that, man. Derek Queen looks like he... Come on, D Queen. We can do better than that. That's a little too simple, man. Oh, Will Riley's there. Interesting. I didn't know who was invited to the green room. Interesting that he's there. I wouldn't say he's guaranteed first round, but he's more than likely going to be picked in the first round. But there is a chance that he could fall out. Thomas Schwarber's there. That suit is kind of tough with the TS chain. Imagine you so cool enough that you get to have your freaking initials as a chain, man. Dang, how many people are there? The Trey Ord, too. Looks like they invited the whole first round. Danny Wolf. See, like Wolf as the last name? That's tough. Welcome in, guys. Welcome to the stream. There's introducing players now. We are, what time is it? 5:57, so we're about 3 minutes away from the draft being open. Right now, they're just introducing all the prospects. To my left is my my mock draft for the NBA lottery. There's also a full video on YouTube right now if you want to go check that out right before the draft starts. Did a funny skit to begin it and everything. Also, sorry if this is not that organized. It's my first ever time doing an actual live stream. But it should be fun. We're having fun. 28 minutes in. And we're about to go all night. So let me know any predictions that you guys have for the draft. Any questions? Anybody that you think is going to fall, your favorite prospect? Let me know.
Our hand-breaded chicken tenders wrapped in a flour tortilla with lettuce, cheese, and pickles prove that big flavors come in small packages. Vision Seats, the only ticket company in the game that rewards you for money. From concerts to sports and everything in between. Vision Seats, official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You see a car, you can find it on our page. Even my TV detector car. Just put your info on
The Knicks are going to interview James Borrego from the Hornets. I don't understand the hype behind Borrego, man. He had 3 years in Charlotte, and he was not good. He was not good at all. There's also talk about the Thunder trading up into the lottery. Like, why? The Thunder don't need more players, dude. Especially, like, players that can contribute right away. How are you going to trade up for a top 10 pick just for them to be like literally the 12th man on the floor? That would be for the Thunder. And even if they don't trade up, they have 15 and 24. How are both of those guys actually going to make the roster? They have 11. I think I counted. They have 10 or 11 guys right now for depth. And then they still have Nikola Topic, who did not play last year because of injury. So that's 12 right there. And then you're going to add on 2 more. They're going to have a 14-man lineup, and all 14 of their guys could potentially start. That's ridiculous. But, hey, they just won a title, so. I'm just wondering if it's smart at that point to go out and get a star. Like, could they have gone out and gotten Kevin Durant and it would have been beneficial? Maybe it wouldn't have. Maybe it wouldn't have worked out. Maybe the chemistry would have been off. Maybe the timeline, it would have thrown the timeline off. Who knows? So, we'll see. But top 14, like, that makes me think who they're really eyeing. Like, could they actually get a Derek Queen? And if they get like a Derek Queen, then would they trade like Hartenstein, who is on a massive, massive deal right now for them? It's possible. It's definitely possible. I don't know, man. I just don't think that's that beneficial to have that much. At some point, that much depth has to be a bad thing because you're just not taking – you have too much talent at some point. You can't play all those guys. Think about what would happen if they did not pick Cooper Flag first. Like, they come out and they draft Dylan Harper first overall. That'd be insane. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but you can hope. As an analyst, you always hope for drama. All right, come on, Adam Silver. It's 6:03. We got to get this thing rolling. Got 30 picks to get through, man. All right, we got the big man coming out, Mr. Adam Silver. Here we go. Started the draft. Come on, Egghead.
Good evening, and welcome to the 2025 NBA Draft. From big cities to small
All the
towns,
booze.
basketball is played and followed everywhere. And during the finals, the very best basketball was played in the heartland of America. Yesterday, 500,000 people in a city of 700,000 turned out in Oklahoma City for the Thunder's championship parade.
Boo.
That was yet another amazing example of how sports can
Freak the Thunder, man.
and bring people together.
Won the championship. It's crazy. That happened on Sunday, dude. And then they already had their parade. That was actually one of the quicker turnarounds that we've had for an NBA championship to a parade to the draft. 4 days?
The league's MVP, scoring champion, and finals MVP.
Not even 4 days. 3 days. Today would be day 4. 3 days.
He and his teammates spent countless hours in the gym, watching film and pushing themselves to be the very best. Which of the players drafted tonight
will be the next key piece of a championship team. With 7 different champions over the past 7 years, welcome to a new era of NBA basketball, where every team has a shot. Which team will emerge as next season's champion? The competition begins tonight, so let's get started. The first pick in the 2025 NBA draft belongs to
Dude, I always think when he does this and he starts it off, he's just going to announce the first pick right away. But he's always just opening it. When was the last time that we had that we didn't know who was going first overall? I guess it wasn't that long ago. It would be like 2022. The Paolo draft. And it was only between 2 guys, Paolo and then Jabari Smith Jr. Paolo, Jabari Smith Jr. Then before that, we had, and then you had 2020, where they didn't know whether it was going to be Ant or Melo. And what Zion was 2019. 2018 would be DeAndre Ayton. He was set. 2017 was Markelle. He was set. 2016. Who was 2016? It's not the Ben Simmons draft. Is that the Ben Simmons draft? I guess it was the Ben Simmons draft. He was set. And then 2015, I think, was arguable. I think a lot of people didn't know whether it was going to be Cat, whether it was going to be Jahlil Okafor. That's a name right there. Jahlil. The Mavs on the clock. Pick is now in. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Man, this really sucks as a Denver fan. We don't have anything going on tonight unless we trade up for a pick. But we don't even have our own second rounder, which sucks. Because normally we at least have like a second round pick, and our second round picks have actually been kind of nasty. I think we got Trey Alexander last year in the second round. Could be mistaken about that. But we don't have nothing this year. Cooper Flag is from Maine. Makes sense. Not going to lie. He's like that peaceful, relaxful Maine type of guy. But yeah, Nuggets fan, it sucks right now. No picks. No value players. Like MPJ is not valuable. He won't be traded. We can't trade Jamal Murray. The heck are we going to trade Jamal Murray for? And then I can't believe that clip that's going around of the Nuggets. What was it? Was it the owner or was it the GM? It was one of those. I'm pretty sure it was the owner. The Nuggets owner saying, if the right situation was in place, we'd trade number 15. Like he's going to trade Nikola Jokic. Yeah, right. I think if that ever happens, I expect an automatic fire of that person. Whoever decides to do that. An auto fire. Trade Nikola Jokic. That's so stupid, bro. I guess crazier things have happened, but could you imagine the trade value that Denver would get in that trade? 4 or 5 first-round picks, and then, like, potentially still like an all-star? That's what it would take. I would hope so. I would hope that'd be what it take. Desmond Bain just went for 4 first-rounders and 2 solid role guys.
Marty, I don't know how you can't smile when you're watching that scene, that state, that city. This is Cooper's high school in Newport, Maine. Watching and waiting for the moment.
All right, guys. Know this pick. Come on. Can we get through with it?
Cooper is such a tremendous person and even more in some ways tremendous talent.
That's right. All these people, man. Imagine just if they chose somebody else. It'd be hilarious, dude. All these fans just going, what the freak?
Well, the thing is, he's so humble. He doesn't like a ton of attention. He really just wants to go out and move. My favorite thing about Cooper Flag on the court is even if he's not operating on the offensive end, he can affect.
They say he's quiet. I want to see how he is in like when he's not balling. Is he really that quiet? Maybe he is. His dad seems pretty tranquil. His whole family does. All right. Pick us in.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flag from Duke University.
Cooper Flag, number 1 overall. Good pick by Dallas. Good pick by Dallas. He's going to be a bridge between the current and the future. He's going to provide tremendously with his length and his rim protection early on. But he's also going to be tasked with playing at a very, very high level right away and being able to carry that torch to the next generation. I forgot Liam McNeely was on that Montverde team as well. Yeah, 2025 Montverde. Who did we just say? Queen, Flag, Liam McNeely, Austin Newell, and there was one other guy, point guard, Ryan Nemhard. Insane. He's dabbing all those homies up. But he's going to be tasked with playing well right away and then being able to carry this franchise to the next step. Now, can he do that? I think he absolutely can. Do I think he's going to be the generational type of guy that some people say? No, I don't think so. I think Wemby as a prospect was a lot more intriguing, but he's still incredible. And this Dallas team, man, they can stay healthy. I mean, they're a playoff team. I think they were already a playoff team without him. But now?
But his level as a competitor is something that's rarely seen, in my view, for an 18-year-old kid. He makes the right play. His goal is to get 25.
Poor Tyrese Proctor, man. That dude, a couple of years back, was a top 3 pick, and now he's gonna barely get picked in the second round. That sucks, bro. It really does.
But take a look at this against Pitt on January 7th. Everybody remembers the steal and dunk he made, but the play before he just picked up his 3rd foul early in the second half. A lot of guys would back off, but not him. Starting in the post, he gets around his front and takes it the other way for this iconic replay that we saw over and over again on Sports.
All right, San Antonio's pick is in as well. Is there a chance that they go with wing depth? Do they go and get Ace Bailey? There's potential. No, it'll be Dylan Harper, and I think it'll be fine. Let's hear what Coop Man has to say.
Amazing. It's a dream come true, to be honest. I wouldn't want to share with anybody else.
You mentioned sharing it with everybody else. You got the flag 5 here. How much are these people making getting you here?
I mean, I wouldn't be here without these people over here and all my people back home in Maine.
Dude, what's some cool last names, bro? Flag, Fears, Queen,
Mom, Kelly, Dad, Ralph are here.
Fleming, bro.
All the years
Like,
of God's name. What did you hope to instill to him that a night
Jack
like this
Kajunas.
might come true?
I just hope that he loved the game as much as we always have, and we're just thrilled that he did love it, and he got to this moment.
Do you think though, like as a prospect, do you think it's worse to know
Did Mom
they're gonna be picked?
actually lose to Cooper in the last game? No.
No, it's not a loss. It was a timeout in the game. It's just been an extended timeout.
Okay, so that's the way it goes. I think it goes to you, Mom, for helping.
Like knowing that you're gonna get picked first overall instead of just waiting there and like I feel like I would actually rather want to wait there in anticipation to see when I'm gonna get drafted, other than just knowing that I'm going number 1 overall or knowing that I'm going number 2. That would suck. I feel like it ruins like everything about it because you like, and especially for him, he's already known for like a year, dude. He's known for a year that he's gonna be the number 1 overall pick. Of course, he had to perform well to keep that spot, but Elton Brand went to Duke, huh? There's Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd. Surprised they're not at each other's throats. Michael Finley next to them. Nico Harrison just happy that in his job. He's gonna be number 32. I did not know that. That's an interesting number. So 1 for 1 so far. Hopefully, potentially 2 for 2. Dylan Harper going to San Antonio. Or will it be Ace Bailey? Will it be Tom Knoppel? Will they trade Wemby and pick Derek Queen? Will they trade to Milwaukee? Is there a Giannis trade right now that we don't know about yet? Nah, it's too much. Too much social media. We'd have a leak or something like that. Somebody would leak it. Even though I don't know, they're getting better. The Luka trade wasn't leaked, but no, it'll be D Harp to San Antonio. All right, here we go.
With the second pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Dylan Harper.
Dylan Harper, number 2. 2 for 2, baby. Yes. Harper's good. Great length on him. Again, interesting fit. But the good thing about him is he can kind of do everything. So you don't have to worry. He could play shooting guard if you need him to. He can play the point. The thing, I think he's going to have to mainly play a shooting guard role, though, because I think that Castle and Fox are just much worse shooters. So I think majority of his first year is going to be played at the 2. He'll share time, obviously, with Devin Vassell. And he'll get time at point guard. He'll get time at point guard as well. Did you guys hear today that Chris Paul is potentially going to Dallas, that they're looking at him? That's interesting. Chris Paul's what, 39 now? But you'd at least have him for the beginning of the year to back up Luke to replace Kyrie for the beginning of the year. I don't understand why they wouldn't just stick with Spencer Dinwiddie though. I think Dinwiddie is actually pretty talented. He could be a starting point guard. He's just a 6'4", so he will be able to play the 2. A little bit smaller than you'd like, especially that 2 guard position, but 48% from the field. Good shot maker. That's the one thing that I did not like about this college basketball season is we did not get to see Rutgers in March Madness. I think they should have just put those guys in just default. Like screw it, bro. Make them a 16 seed and just see what they could do. Or maybe not that, but make them like a 14 seed. Play them against Kentucky, see if they can upset Kentucky. Like do something like that, man. Because the fact that we didn't get to see two of the potential top 3 picks in this draft in March Madness, that sucks. All right. So now it gets interesting. It seems to be VJ, Trey, or Ace. Oh, dang. He got a little bro. Bron Harper might be. Is it Bron Harper?
Man, I'm feeling everything, man. All the emotions mixed in one bucket. From crying to laughing to being happy, everything, man. Just feel everything, man. I'm excited.
Maria, he talks often about how important you have been and the entire family to his basketball journey. What has gotten him here?
His flat out love for the game, his determination, his humility, and just his hard work, day in, day out.
Hey, Papa Harper looking a little big, bro.
The last 2 rookies of the year, Victor Wembanyama is a specimen unto himself. As a point guard, what makes you most excited to join that organization?
Man, I mean, I think when you play with a bunch of great players, it just brings the best out of you. So, I mean, they had a great group of young core over there. I'm just ready to get in there and just make an impact anywhere I can with them guys.
Brian, while we got you here, what do you say to your brother tonight?
Savor the moment, man. Just live in the moment, enjoy it. You know, he worked so hard for this.
Or is he older? I guess he's older.
We're so proud of him. And now, you know, I got to be a secondary Spurs fan now.
Harper family, Dylan, congratulations.
Thank you.
Shoot, you don't have to be a Spurs fan, a Bulls fan, a Lakers fan, Cavs fan, for all places that Ron played at. So, like I was saying, it's probably either VJ, Ace, or Trey. There's also potential for a trade. Washington's been looking to trade up within the top 3 to potentially get Jeremiah Fears. So maybe there's that. I had it as VJ. I think that he is the most sure thing out of all of them. But we'll see.
Well, I'm expecting him to try to, to go for it. Right, the East is wide open. We're watching the Boston Celtics right now. They're blowing the whole thing up. Damian Lillard is out. We don't know what's going to happen with the Milwaukee Bucks. This is an opportunity for Philadelphia to capitalize on the moment, and they got to get this right with this number 3 pick. They got to get it right. A guy that's ready to play right now that's going to come in and be somewhat of a key factor and come in and contribute. They got to be able to be ready to start the season and make it.
That's just like the injuries to the Eastern Conference here. It feels like there is a little bit of a wide open sense to the Eastern Conference with the injuries to the Milwaukee Bucks and the Indiana Pacers, for example, the Boston Celtics, Bobby. But there was a question as to whether or not Philadelphia was going to keep this pick, or they were going to look for somewhere to bring in a little bit more experience. Can you take us inside their thinking here?
Yeah, this is a high priority pick for Philadelphia. They only got a mulligan, right? Because they were able to retain that pick. Could have went to Oklahoma City, certainly fell out of the top 6 here. Where Philadelphia goes, a roster that's top heavy in contracts, 80% in salary. The question now comes to, do you take best available or do you go best fit? And I think whether it be Ace Bailey or a player like BJ Edgecombe, as Perk said, they got to nail this pick.
Jay, do you think that there is can you make that line for us, the best available here for Philadelphia versus maybe who you think is seamlessly fitting with Philadelphia?
Yeah, I mean, for Philadelphia, the number one thing is get healthy and stay healthy. Correct. So he has to get healthy. But for this pick, when you're talking best available, Ace Bailey of Rutgers is the most talented player after Harper and Flag. That doesn't mean he's the right pick for Philly. To Bobby's point, BJ Edgecombe from Baylor is a wing that you would liken to a young Victor Oladipo or a young Dwayne Wade at the same point in their careers when they were 19 years old.
He plays at both ends of the floor. I think BJ Edgecombe is the best athlete in this draft. The best shot maker, and especially contested shot maker, is Ace Bailey. But do you take him, given that he didn't work out, things like that? You have to rely on your tape and what your scouts saw on the floor.
There's also Trey Johnson.
Sort of the lack of workout that made the most headlines was the reported scheduling workout for Philadelphia that he didn't end up attending. But looking at your best available, there's a lot of choices here that can help Philadelphia. But as Bobby Marks has said, they have got to get this pick right. And that pick is in. Let's send it back to
All right, let's see it. All right, guys. Third pick, Philadelphia. Let's see who it is.
The Philadelphia 76ers select BJ Edgecombe.
They go with VJ Edgecombe. VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor to the 76ers. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Man, great pick for Philadelphia. Great pick for Philadelphia, don't get me wrong. I think that he fits in perfectly. This allows you to move Jared McCain to the backup point guard position and have him as a spark off the bench. VJ is a tremendous defender, great athlete, attacks the basket at will, can shoot very well. He's just all around a really, really nice prospect. It gives you some insurance if PG gets hurt again. I mean, I just think that this was the right pick, especially with the workouts being canceled, with there being some negatives within the interviews with Ace Bailey. I think that Philadelphia needed to get this pick right, and I think that they needed to just go with the sure thing. They do not need to take any more risks. Just get the guy they know for sure is going to be a baller. And I'm super, super excited to see VJ Edgecombe play with this group. This is a really, really solid pick for Philadelphia. So far, we're 3 for 3 on the mock draft. We'll see where it goes from here. Charlotte up next. Where are they going? Let me know what you guys think about the draft. And make sure to come and join the live stream, man. Full NBA first round. Come and join up. See the reactions. Come and talk. Link is in the bio of the TikTok. Let me know. Come join. So, VJ Edgecombe. I like it. I like the pick. And obviously, I'm also saying that because I chose it, but just made the most sense. Just made the most sense. He's just the most sure thing, man, and that's really what Philly needs right now. They have too many unknowns on their squad, and they need to be able to just get a sure talent that's going to be able to plug in. And the fit that they have with him in there, he plugs right into that shooting guard spot. Especially, we don't know what the status of Jared McCain looks like right now for next season. It's just the right pick to me. So now Charlotte's at 4. They have to be depressed because I think that they really did want VJ Edgecombe, and for months and months and months, they were slated to get VJ Edgecombe. And now they have to make a decision. Do they want to stick a shooting guard and get Trey Johnson? Do they want to get Concanopoulos, who again is a very sure thing? Do they want to get Ace Bailey? Let's see what VJ got to say.
Super excited. We gave him nothing. Man. We're truly blessed just to be in this position, man. I know the emotions out right now, so I'm just letting it be right now. All right? But the emotions,
dang, he's like Bahamas. Like he has a Bahamian accent. I didn't know that. I did not know that, bro. He's got a younger brother too. Both Dylan Harper and VJ brother about to be in the league in a couple of years.
I'm actually lost for words right now. My brother saw the stream before I did, or before anyone else in my family even did. I'm so proud of him. He got me in tears, and I don't even cry. Man, I don't know. I don't have no words to use, man. I'm blessed. The third pick, I mean, this is a dream come true, man. I spent countless years just sitting there watching that, bro. So I don't even know. I don't know what to do, man.
You good, Mo? How proud are you of your son? Proud. Super proud. If you say we came from nothing into everything, screaming to the world. Screaming to the world. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, BJ and family. Back up to you guys.
This is really what the draft encapsulates. It's these moments for these families.
Absolutely. I mean, just think about the sacrifice and not just the.
All right, Charlotte.
Think about
Is there going to be a pick? Are they going to trade? Constantinople, Ace Bailey, Trey Johnson. Those are all possibilities. Is a point guard in their future. Some talks about them maybe potentially trading away LaMelo Ball in the recent year. So could they go point guard and trade him away? Maybe. Always have to think of all the potential. There's also a lot of people that have had this pick being a center. Did I understand it? No, not really. But is Kama Maluak potentially in their future? Get a shot blocker. Derek Queen, who could be versatile and playing at that power forward position, at that 4. Could he be in play? Definitely a possibility.
They needed that athleticism at the wing, complement Tyrese Maxey. And what the final showed us is that the wing is the most important position in the NBA. And you got a two-way player that's a dog that's going to go in and give you high motor, high energy.
All right, the pick is in from Charlotte.
It's high reward with lower risk. Yeah. So Ace Bailey is high reward, but a little bit more risk. So I agree with you. I think they did the right thing.
You've got a young Jared McCain, too, and you talk about a shooter. BJ Edgecombe's ability to slash into the paint, and he can become a playmaker to find Jared McCain. That's a young forward right there.
Yeah, that's true. With McCain shooting prowess.
They have the young nucleus with Tyrese Maxey, and then they also have the Paul George and the Joel Embiid. So they're trying to sort of do two things at once while also build a winning basketball program. BJ Edgecombe is headed now to the Philadelphia 76ers. It's the Charlotte Hornets that are on the clock now. They went 19-63 this season in their first season under Charles Lee. It's their worst record since 2011-2012, but this is a franchise that's working really to find their footing. They haven't made the playoffs since 2015-2016, and LaMelo Ball has been a star that we just would like to see a little bit more of. 3-32 without LaMelo this season. Brandon Miller missed 55 games, 45 different starting lineups here. There was just a lot of turnover here in the first year under Charles Lee.
It was, but he was trying to establish a culture, right? Coming from the Boston Celtics, he was bringing like what winning looks like, what a winning culture matters, like holding guys accountable. We saw him go back and forth a little bit with LaMelo Ball this season, right? Actually, at times he actually benched him, right, for not, holding himself accountable on the defensive side of things. So they're trying to move in the right direction. I believe he is the guy for them to move in the right direction. Let's see what they do.
What do you think is the best fit here?
Well, when you talk about culture, immediately what comes to mind is Constantinople. I don't know if you feel the same, Jay, but culture, making winning plays, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
I agree. Constantinople.
I think it's a great fit.
Can play both sides.
NBA commissioner.
Let's see it.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Constantinople.
And people said I was crazy. This boy about to be nice. Oh my, I might low-key be a Charlotte fan. I'm not gonna lie. I've covered this Charlotte team for a minute now. Now they get Con. Good pick for Charlotte. He plugs right in at the shooting guard spot. You can move Cooper Flag, Brandon Miller to his more natural small forward position. You get amazing shooting, amazing shot creation, good ball handler, playmaker. I mean, man, he could just do it all. So Con Knipple. Nice pick by Charlotte, man. I think he's going to be solid. Man, I'm excited to see these guys in the Summer League now. Hopefully these guys play the Summer League. Ace Bailey, whoever knows, he might not even play.
Really deep range, and that shot gives him such credibility. He can drive a closeout, and again, play it off 2 feet. But one of the great things about Tom Knipple is he is tough, man. He's physical, he gets loose balls, but that shot with his shot fake, straight line.
So here's where things get interesting. We're now at number 5. And the question is, Ace Bailey has fallen now. He was supposed to be number 3. The question is, how far does he fall? Will Utah bite the bullet and pick him? Could they go point guard? Could they go center? Could Washington trade up for this pick because they don't feel confident that Jeremiah Fears is going to be on the board? And they go out and get their guy, and then Ace falls to 6, 7, 8. Trey Johnson's still available.
I mean, it's such a blessing.
Dang, you got the Knoble family got a whole starting 5, man.
It's beyond comprehension. So it's such a special moment for us and for me.
Cash, your brother is very poised right now, but I want you to hype him up for his new fan base in Charlotte. What do you have to say?
It's awesome. It's a blessing from God. We'll have fun every minute of it. It'll be awesome to watch him from home, go to some games.
You were a part of a Duke team. Freshman led the way, an incredible run. How did that experience prepare you to take this next step?
You know, there's a big spotlight at Duke. Us freshmen didn't shy away from that, and it prepared us for the next level, and hopefully that'll carry over.
Guys, in our feature, the backyard games were a part of the focus. I know this guy's going to the Charlotte Hornets, but truly, who had the best game in the backyard?
If it was on lower hoops, me, I would dominate in the paint, you know.
All right, well, we appreciate that. You guys been here. Congratulations and starting your NBA career.
Thank you very much. It's awesome.
Segnol is taller than Khan, man. Segnol is about to be a center, 7 feet tall. Damn.
You don't bring it out into the public. But here, look at this. You mentioned the Flying Knipples, Con, Clint, Clay, and Cole, father and the uncles of Con Knipple. This is that 3-on-3 tournament, Jay.
Yeah, the Flying Knipples are letting fly. More let it fly.
Well, the Knipples surely did let it fly in the early 2000s, and now the next generation, led by Con, and then you got Cager, the second oldest, and then Kinston, Cash, and Kidman. So we're keeping that.
Kidbit?
Yep, the ball is set. The ball is set.
Now Con's got the cash.
Exactly. Con has got some cash. Con Knipple headed to.
Would it be crazy if they get a whole starting 5 in the league, bro? And they can have all 5 guys playing at the same time? It'd be wild. I don't know how young the youngest is, but I mean, shoot, if he's what? Like, even if he's like 9, 10, he could still do it.
Larry Martinez, he averaged 19 points. He led the team. It was the first season without a 20-point score since 2015-16. But they did agree to a multi-year extension with Will Hardy in May. He signed
All right. Jazz on the clock. Minute 10 to go.
through this next chapter. It seems like the Jazz have been in a little bit of a purgatory for a while here. How can they scope to find out?
Well, they got 2 of the best in the front office. You got Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge, right? Danny drafted me, so you know he's a genius. But let's see where it starts right now. I mean, we've been waiting to see. They've been talking about trading a bit, but obviously they're about to do something right here. Let's see what they got.
When you're looking at the best available here, Jay, who are you circling?
Well, I mean, you still have Ace Bailey available. I mean, he's the best available talent. But who knows? Like, he could go here, he could go as low as 8. But Trey Johnson, another outstanding shooter out of Texas, the big guy come on, Malawati from Duke. You could see him going there. Colin Murray Boyles is a guy out of South Carolina that I rank higher than I think some others have. Left-hander, really versatile defender. There are a lot of ways they could go here, but the most talented player on the board right now is Ace Bailey.
I was gonna say, it sounds like GMJ is leading Ace Bailey.
Well, yeah, but you've got a lot of scoring options. Ace Bailey certainly has the highest ceiling because of his size, but Jeremiah Fears is a scoring point guard, and Trey Johnson is an electric shooter from all spots and off the dribble and off the move. So to me, those three, when you talk about scoring in Utah and getting that crowd and that fan base excited.
Oh, I thought Trey was picking up the phone for a call, man. I thought Utah was calling his name, the Mormons. You can learn a lot, man. I really do think you can. I'm not just saying that. I think that. Oh, hold on. Well, number 5. 5 for 5. 5 for 5.
The Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey.
Oh, I was like, what? Is his full name Arius? Hold up. 5 for 5. Yeah, his real name is Arius. Did not know that at all. Arius Ace Bailey. Interesting. I mean, he plugs in there. Marketing can help go to his natural 4. Then you have Walker Kessler at the 5, Keontae George, Cody Williams, Colin Sexton. So they actually have some real big-time scoring there between him, Colin, and Marketed. And then you're just going to have some facilitators all around. Isaiah Collier and George can be big-time facilitators. So for Washington, let's see if the rumors were true. They wanted Jeremiah Fears. Fears was able to fall all the way down to them. Are they going to take him? But so far, guys, 5 for 5.
This dude can score in a variety of ways. It makes NBA caliber shots. At 39 in the game against Indiana, he had 38. Probably his best game was that 38-point game that he had against Northwestern. But his ability is good at catch and shoot. He shot 39% there. He can improve his handle and his finishing, but his talent level is really undeniable. A very good athlete. He just got a lot of ability. Now, I think he can improve his decision making, his shot selection, his playmaking, and I think he can be a much better free throw shooter. But the talent is undeniable. After Harper and Flagg, this is the most talented player in the draft.
Taylor Rooks did an interview with Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, and she asked Dylan Harper how to describe Ace Bailey's game, and he said, it's like playing a video game. The types of moves that he can make. It's like pressing a button on your controller. That's how effortlessly Ace Bailey scores.
Yeah, he's automatic. Yeah. And now he's with robotic.
All right, so Washington now on the clock at 6.
On a night with questions about your pre-draft process, how can you be so cool and confident in this moment?
I mean, I have a great circle. I maintain the outside work, but I just focus on the basketball part. So I just thank them every day.
You got props from KD, Giannis. Learn some moves from Giannis. Are you ready to go to Utah and maybe use those moves on Giannis?
Oh, for sure. I got some more stuff for him, too. Yeah, for sure. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Congrats,
I love the confidence.
Still can't get behind that suit, man. Can't get behind the suit. I'm sorry. That suit is not nice. All right, we're through the top 5. And our first commercial break. All right. No, just no.
wasn't the late night shoot arounds or the tournament trips. That's not what got me here. It was them. The love they showed me. It's why I give it back and pass it on, you know? Because it's the assists you don't see on the highlight reels that make all the difference.
Dang, your score is higher than a giraffe on a pogo stick.
That's because I bank fee-free through Chime. Plus, I get credit for everyday purchases.
That's a big perk.
Hey, perk. Fee-free banking and early access to your pay is like being at Granny's house on a Sunday.
Everybody eats.
All right. You know, that's gonna be.
Who's here? Because any car that doesn't offer the confidence that it will find you is a car that stops short of amazing. One ordinary family.
All astronauts would go up into space and come back forever changed.
Fantastic.
We will protect you.
Studios of Fantastic Four. Trigger online now. When obstacles are ahead, you lift us. Toyota trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for just $279 per month with Toyota Care. Toyota's no-cost maintenance plan for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places. There's a reason. The heartbeat's strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Get the freedom to save. Trade in an eligible vehicle and get $7,250 total value on this 2025 Silverado when you finance with GM Financial. That's 14% below MSRP.
NBA Draft 2025 is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
How precious to be able to get to see young Dylan Harper. The baby photos, I think we need to keep those coming for the rest of the evening here. While we were at the break, the Washington Wizards are on the clock, and they've made their selection.
All right, Washington Wizards on the clock.
In the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Trey Johnson.
Okay, they go Trey Johnson. So the rumors were wrong. What the heck, man? Everyone said that they were going to go after Jeremiah Fears.
Sharing this moment with his dad, Richard.
It was the one time that I actually had Jeremiah Fears not going to the Brooklyn Nets, and it was wrong.
Trey actually wore number 20 in college.
So
His dad wore it during
the moral of the story is trust your gut, guys.
incredible, special moment.
But no, I like this pick. Score. Scores from all three levels. He'll be next to Chris Middleton, which will create some nice offense. Bob Carrington can be the distributor. It should have been obvious to me that since they traded away Jordan Poole, that they wanted a 2-guard because that's where Poole primarily played. So they get their plug-in 2-guard. They have their distributor in Bub Carrington. Then they have their big in Alex Sarr. They still have the 18th overall pick. So there's still opportunity for them to go point guard. There's still opportunity for them to go power forward. Oh, I didn't even see the suit shorts, bro. What the heck is that? Those are ugly, dude. But yeah, 40% from 3, catch and shooter. Again, defense isn't great. And athleticism lacks a little bit, but solid. Great length. And was able to carry what was a pretty bad Texas team to some wins.
And he really does a good job of moving without the ball. He could do it off the screens. He did it there in a pick and roll situation. But he's just natural as a scorer. I think he can improve his defense, but as you mentioned, Malika, unless the FCC is scoring at just about 20 points per game, we'll have 2 freshmen to do that with Cam Thomas and Brandon Miller. He had a 39-point game earlier this year. That was the most by a freshman in Division I. And he's 89 threes, also the most by a freshman in Division I. He had 15 games of 20 points or more. I think the main thing for him is to become a better defender and to get stronger, both of which he can do.
Yeah, and I had a lot of time. I got an opportunity to spend a lot of time with Craig Johnson. You know, one of my best friends was his assistant coach, Randy Chappelle.
All right, guys. Well, we are officially 5 for 6.
It's all about basketball.
And 7 is New Orleans, and I'm not feeling confident about that pick. And we are technically 5 for 7 because number 8 cannot be Trey Johnson. So hopefully 7 is Caspers and 8 is Jeremiah Fears. And we just missed 1. And then we go through from there. But I didn't see Caspers come out, so I guess he's not there. Oh no, I see him. Oh yeah, I see him.
Just knowing how hard I work, most definitely how consistent I am with it. And I'm going to do what's been working. I'm going to keep saying and putting in those hours. And that's so long to translate, so I'm going to do that same thing.
Richard Trey said that he wore your number to honor you, to honor your legacy. Your legacy is headed to the NBA. How well do you think he has honored that?
I mean, he deserves it. This was my dream 20 years ago. 30 years ago. But I'd rather for him to be here than me anyway. So I'm just glad and honored
Headphones in the
to represent his father.
When you hear that from your dad, Trey, what goes through your mind?
He tried to learn his age right now, but most definitely correct though, because he's been there the whole way. It's like we both getting drafted right now.
Outstanding, guys. Congratulations. On national TV. Congratulations to the entire Johnson family here. I think we're going to bring in our draft expert, Jonathan Devoting, into the conversation because, Jonathan, I understand there's some news for Ace Bailey. What more can you tell us?
Malika, Ace Bailey did not work out for a single NBA team. He's the only U.S. prospect that declined to do so. This was not one of his preferred destinations, Utah. He was hoping to get to either Washington, New Orleans, or Brooklyn. The Utah Jazz selected Ace Bailey knowing that. This is a little bit of a stunner, but if you think about it, this is an outstanding place for Ace Bailey. They have a wide open wing situation. They have a huge need for a star in his role. They have an outstanding coaching staff. I think Ace Bailey's going to recover from this very quickly and realize that he landed in an outstanding situation with the Utah Jazz. It just shows you there's only so much agent control in this process.
Is it a good situation though? With everyone that you got, I mean, Utah is the more talented team, that's for sure. But Bailey's not going to be able to get to shine.
I give Utah a lot of credit here. It shows you that we tend to over-evaluate the individual draft process here when they go out there. Utah needed to go start. This is one of the best available players. It doesn't matter if he came in or not.
Bobby, thank you so much for that insight. Again, Ace Bailey headed to the Utah Jazz here. As we turn to the New Orleans Pelicans, who are now on the clock. This has been a little bit of a transitional year. We just saw them make a big trade a couple of days ago. What's the face?
No, I would say that he's mainly embraced this. Utah has a hell of a fan base, especially when you go and turn things around and start winning. That fan base is really, really great. I hate playing in Utah when I was on the opposing side. So embrace it. You have some great people in the front office. You have a great coach, a young owner that's very, hands-on in the organization. You got Dwayne Wade walking in and out of them. Man, it's a real. Don't underestimate Utah.
I feel like Will Hardy, I suppose he's not doing sideline for the NBA. He's so good. His understanding of the game is just really fun to talk to those players.
The pick train is keeping on moving, though. The New Orleans Pelicans are on the clock. They have made their pick. Let's send it back to the podium and once again welcome in NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, New Orleans Pelicans select Jeremiah Fears from the University of Oklahoma.
All right. Pelicans get Fears. Makes sense. Damn it. No real surprises yet, though. Like, no crazy trades. No awkward picks. I mean, the top 8 is pretty set. Honestly, the top 10 is pretty, like, top 9, 10 are pretty set. It's after that where it gets kind of wonky. Man needs to just improve his shooting.
He's an excellent ball handler with elite speed. He can shift gears and change directions at any time. He's fast, but he's also physical. And we have seen how valuable scoring point guards are in the NBA.
Yeah, he had 6 games of 25 or more in a game, and 5 of those came against top 25 teams. He led Oklahoma in scoring, assists, and steals. Great speed with the ball, an excellent handle, and dynamic in pick and roll situations. Very productive, uses his body well, a knack to get into the lane and get fouled. Can that translate to the NBA where he shoots as many free throws? He was just an inconsistent three-point shooter, only shot 28% from 3, made 38 of those on the season, but super talented and really speedy with the ball.
He also added 15 pounds, good for kind of freshman 15, when he was at Oklahoma. He's the 7th top 10 pick from Oklahoma, the 2nd freshman, joining Trae Young, who was the 5th overall pick in 2018 to hail from Oklahoma. And now, Jeremiah Fears is standing by with our Monica McNabb. I cannot wait for this.
So, Jeremiah, you see that graphic? I see you got your O chain on, your Oklahoma colors. You join a legacy of guys that have done special things to represent the Sooners. What does that mean to you?
Man, it means the world to me, just being able to kind of go out here and show the world what Oklahoma basketball can bring and continuing to take steps in the right direction.
Obviously, you were just drafted in the NBA, but you also play baseball, you also play football. How do you think your experience playing multiple sports is going to help you?
I think it'll just help me overall in the long run. I think that it'll help me as well as far as IQ-wise and just continuing to be the person I am.
Well, Jeremiah, enjoy the night. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Fears, number 6. Or number 7, I apologize.
It's just so moving to see the work that all of these parents have put in, to see the work that all of these families have put in. And you know, this is something where every year we get to witness dreams being realized, lives changing in real time. It's really something, it's why I always say it's one of my favorite days of the year, is because of things like this, relationships like this, bonds like this. That's real pride country.
Yeah, it's special. And, you know, she has watched her son achieve so many things, and he has the ability to take over games. When you talk about 31 points, 12 of 12 from the free throw line against Missouri, 27 of 10 on the road against Mississippi State. Jay, you called the SEC tournament, did you know?
Yep.
remember the game against Kentucky? They're battling back. I know they ended up losing that game, but he scored 10 points in the final minute and a half to get them back in that game and send it to overtime.
So Brooklyn's now up at number 8. Kasparis on the board. Derek Queen has been a popular pick for them as well. Obviously, you still have Maluak if they don't want to go with Derek Queen. Colin Murray-Boyle has played next to Nicholas Claxton. But so far, it hasn't been, again, no real big-time surprises. This will be Brooklyn's first pick of their 5 that they have.
They have the most cap space, $45 million here. I want to bring in Bobby Barkley, who's good. Bobby, what do you expect Brooklyn to do tonight? So many first-round picks. If we take a look here at the first-round pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I believe if Brooklyn walks away with 5 first-round picks, which will be the first team ever to do it. Remember, this is the first time Brooklyn has drafted in the top 10 since Derek Favors in 2010. From Duke, player that we talked about, they need rim protector there. Keep an eye on him there.
You know what you're saying? If we got those first-round picks today, we are going to make those first-round picks. They got 5 of them. That gives you a lot of opportunity here.
That's not surprising to hear Bobby say they may keep them all. Yeah. Because you thought they were going to be one of the prime movers in this draft with so many draft assets.
We can still potentially see them move up that layer, but again, that is a little bit interesting, Kirk, that they're saying that Bobby is hearing that they're planning to keep all of these picks.
Well, I mean, that just tells you how deep this draft is. If they're planning to keep all these picks, right, and the talent that they have in this draft. And I believe it's going to be like that for the next 2 to 3 drafts, right? There's a lot of talent that's coming up, but especially in this one, and they feel like, hey, we can draft, we can build a culture. As long as we have the correct guys, we just saw Sam Preston do it. What makes you think the Brooklyn Nets can?
I think it's interesting too. Does Brooklyn go with a big here? Do they go with a big point guard here? They've got a couple of options when you talk about Kasparis Jakubonis out of Illinois, Jacob Devin out of BYU. Come on, Maluak, if they go the big route from deep, so do they go with someone on the inside or someone who can play on the outside? But I think either way they can get good size.
Jay, looking at your best available, they got 5 shots at it, but the first that you would be looking at.
Well, it depends on. Now you're starting to get into an area where you don't just go best available all the time. I happen to think the best available player is Colin Murray-Boyle, but he may not fit what Brooklyn wants to do. And to Andrea's point, come on, Maluak's the best big guy. Diego Devin, the best playmaker. Senge is really interesting as a wing defender.
Let's see who the Brooklyn Nets select.
All right, Brooklyn.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Yegor Demon from Moscow.
Yegor Demon. They go point guard, but they go in a different direction. They do not go Kasparis Jakubonis. They go Yegor Demon, 6'9", BYU playmaker. Not a lot of scoring here, which you do kind of need. But I like this pick. Gives you a tall pick and roll option with Nick Claxton. Got to text my boy Ben here, see what he's saying. I don't think that I saw a mock draft where that was a choice. I had him going 13, so the mock draft is completely ruined. But now Kasparis Jakubonis is going to fall. Unless he gets picked like 10th by Phoenix. 11 by Portland, maybe. They just traded away Simons.
He's played overseas. He knocked down 42 threes on the season. He does not hesitate to shoot the ball, but I would call it streaky at best. It didn't be a high percentage.
Igor Demon, BYU. Sean Bradley went to BYU. Interesting. He was the number 2 overall pick in '93.
No big man going top 10. I told you that, Jay. It's the most important position in the NBA right now. And what teams are seeing is they're following the footsteps from the Indiana Pacers in the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I want to know where Danny Ainge was on that list. Does that mean he's not a modern in a modern era?
What you mean?
Yes. That's the BYU guy.
The modern era. The headquarters loved it. Maybe some fans in Brooklyn just wanting to make sure he's back.
Look at that. That's a photo, isn't it?
You just need to sit down and keep it cool.
Something you don't watch basketball, but other people don't watch basketball.
Just keep it cool.
But your favorite thing about Igor Demon?
I mean, his confidence, his vision. He says he watches a lot of Cade Cunningham because of the size, the ability to find his teammates. But I think it's important.
Yeah, his size, bro. 6'9" for a point guard is ridiculous. He's as tall as Derek Queen.
But to me, the confidence, the fearlessness with finding his teammates, the vision and skill to do so, that stands out.
But if you're going to start somewhere with the Brooklyn Nets, why not at the point guard position with a ball? That's 6'8", right? If you're going to start somewhere, you're going to build a future, you want to build through the draft, this is not a bad start.
Again, their offense near the bottom of the league in the NBA 28 last season, so looking to be able to build on that with that vision, that passing that Jake was talking about. Now we turn the page to the Toronto Raptors, who are on the clock. Let's check in on their season. Just remind you how we got here. The Toronto Raptors with the number 9 pick. They had a record of 30-52 season, 11th in the Eastern Conference. They acquired Brandon Miller and traded with the Pelicans. Missed every game after.
Boy, Ben says should have been Kasparis, but I'm content with it. I'm just happy it's not Ace or Trey. I had them going Trey.
They're not that far removed from being a team that we expected to be consistently in the playoffs.
Now I feel like here's the moment when we're about to see a big man. This is the moment right here because that's what they need, right? I don't know if it's Derek Queen. I don't know, but they need a big. I feel like Masai Ujiri knows that he's stacked at the wing.
It's got to be Kamal Maluak, man. The rim protection.
Yeah. So the wings are good. The wings are taken care of. You're a wing.
The Raptors, though, their defense had a huge turnaround. They ranked top 5 over the last 3 months of the season, so a big man would be joining that elite rank.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you're looking for a defensive big man that's a presence in the lane at both ends of the floor, it's Kamal Maluak. But he would be the next best available big guy, a guy who can block shots, excellent offensive rebounder, really good block threat.
And the guy who has ties to NBA Africa, which, of course, the Raptors and Masai Ujiri are very familiar with. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kamal Maluak, he makes impactful plays. He's a play finisher. So on the offensive end, with his dunks, he's a constant wild threat. He rebounds on both ends, and on the defensive end, he protects the rim as a help defender, a one-on-one defender. He played a switching defense at Duke. When you talk about the best available big, especially defensively, would go to Kamal Maluak.
What do you think in terms of expectations for the Raptors this season? Obviously, looking at the numbers, Scotty Barnes kind of did it all for the Raptors this year. They're looking in an Eastern Conference that is wide open. I would imagine this is the time to try to kind of get back in the mix.
Absolutely, and they will. I believe, with a healthy Brandon Ingram, right? We still have RJ Barrett. I mean, they have the pieces, and I love their Coach Darko. I actually raised him when he was in Oklahoma City. So but he's a great guy, great coach. He has the attention and ears of that locker room. I expect them to make some noise. No, there's no reason that they shouldn't be a top 6 seed. in the Eastern Conference this season.
When you're looking at the best available, Jay, I know Kirk is pointing out their defense and genuinely big man.
Yeah, they have enough scoring between those four guys, so.
No, I think the next one up is probably Colin Murray-Boyles from South Carolina. Left-hander, really versatile defensively. Completely underrated. I wouldn't call him a shooter, but really good in the lane, finishing around the basket, and just knows how to play. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Colin Murray-Boyles.
And where we talk about Kamal Malawak with his size and his length, Colin Murray-Boyles defends with an IQ. He's got extremely quick hands. He also is better offensively right now than Kamal Malawak because Colin Murray-Boyles is an amazing passer. He can pass with his back to the basket, over the shoulder. He can deliver bounce passes. He can throw lob passes off the dribble. That's Colin Murray-Boyles. So offensively and defensively, you're getting a more versatile player on both sides if you go with Murray-Boyles.
Yeah, Murray-Boyles told ESPN that when people who know him watch him play, it's the smaller things that stand out. He says he hangs his hat on how hard he plays and his unselfishness. It kind of makes me think of TJ McConnell, who says that playing hard is really a skill. All right, the Raptors pick is in. Let's send it back to the podium.
All right, let's see it.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Colin Murray-Boyles.
Colin Murray-Boyles goes 9. I don't understand this. I'm going to be honest. I don't understand this pick.
His dad, Sean, his brother, who was a standout at UNC Pembroke, and
They need size. They need rim protection, and he's 6'7". And
I love this family. The mom's an attorney, right? And she's persuasive. Dad is a contractor.
so it's going to be Quickly, Barrett, Ingram, Barnes, Boyles. I think even Barnes is taller than CMB, isn't he? So Scotty could play the center spot. I don't know, man. I don't understand this pick. This is the first real question mark for me of the day. Doesn't shoot well, so he's not going to be able to play outside. I mean, 6'7". I just don't know what you do with him in that lineup, unless he's coming off the bench. I don't understand this. I definitely think that the bigs should have gone off the board. But again, maybe they're just not valued. There was talked about them not being very valued. So Phoenix up next. They definitely need a center. So if they don't go with the center, I don't know what the heck is going to happen. Like, you could have these guys. At this rate, I thought that at least one of them was going to be off the board. So you very well could have one of these guys dropping out of the lottery, which is insane. There's only four picks left after Phoenix.
But to Andre's point, he's a good passer, a good offensive player that scores.
I don't understand that pick.
He just needs to be able to stretch that out. But because of his basketball IQ and his work ethic, I think he's going to improve his further.
Yeah, and that shows from his freshman year to his sophomore year. And I know it's not a lot, right? But freshman year, he was 0-5 from the three-point line. Sophomore year this past season, he made 9 threes as a sophomore. I know those numbers don't jump off and shock anybody, but to make more threes than he even took the previous season shows he's at least putting the work in to develop that side of his game. But he scored 11 points in the paint this season. That was second in the SEC. He's got soft touch, he's got good hands, and he connects his teammates on the offensive side.
He was an all-SEC second-team selection, and Chloe Kitt's reaction here. I mean, an impressive player in her own right, and now rocking the Raptors hat. That's the dress, too. Love that coordination. So it looks as though the Houston Rockets are on the board at number 10, but we know that pick is on the move as part of the Phoenix Suns trade that landed the Houston Rockets, Kevin Durant here. Kirk, how do you think the Suns should approach this pick as they continue to build around Devin Booker? Because they've said they don't want to tear it down the Suns.
Well, I mean, they got to get it right. They got to get it right. I mean, I think if I'm the Phoenix Suns again, I'm I'm addressing the weight position. I'm loading up on oil. It may be time for them to take a seat. Right? They need a center. They've been searching for one to hold it down, to grow with Devin Booker. Obviously, we saw DeAndre Ayton. He didn't work out with Devin Booker. Big Nurkic, he didn't work out as well. They tried Plumlee. That didn't work. So now you might have your guy that's going to be a star in his role and not want to do too much. Allow threat at the basket and be able to anchor the defense.
They are pretty thin in the front court. I had wondered whether or not they would try to look to move this asset to be able to look towards someone who maybe was a little bit more in line with Devin Booker's timeline. But as of now, we have not seen that happen.
Yeah, it's interesting if they want to go with a big. We've already talked about Mamo, Achinola, Senges, those post players that could really contribute there. But if they want to go with the wings, we talked about some 3-and-D guys, Jay, that could really come off the board. Carter Bryant being from Arizona, he played at Arizona, so there's a connection there. Cedric Coward, so 3-and-D or a big man. I see that big going that way.
Yeah, there's another 3-and-D guy in that vein, Rasheer Fleming from St. Joe's. I don't know that it'll go this high, but those are good calls. Those three guys are going to be very valuable in the first round.
This is Jay's best available as we sit now here at pick number 10.
Dang, so Jay Vilas really doesn't rate Derek Queen very highly either. He didn't even have him in like his top what? Like, what are we at this point? Top 15 best available? What the heck?
I did, Malika, because they didn't have to give up a lot, right, to get Kevin Durant, in my opinion. They were still able to keep Sengun, who I believe is supposed to go.
He had him 17th ranked. He had Walter Clayton Jr. over him and Rasheer Fleming. What?
Thompson might be the best two-way player in the league. Right? That's not how his ceiling is to me. And then you go in, they just re-signed Fred Beckman, right? So you got the experience at the point guard. Big Steven Adams, we know what he's going to come in and do for offensive rebound and give the great screen setter. But then Kevin Durant saw so many problems. They needed a closer. They have Kevin Durant last year. They beat Golden State. Point blank period. All right, they needed a three-point shooter. Kevin Durant provides that. They were one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the NBA last season. And now Kevin Durant goes to a situation where he knows and respects the coach and the coaching staff. Yeah. Ime Udoka, that relationship. Royal Ivy, best friends with Kevin Durant. So they're going to hold Kevin Durant to a certain level and hold him accountable, and he's going to accept the challenge.
KD is going to crush their offensive rebounding numbers because he's going to make shots. They're going to have many offensive rebound opportunities.
Well, you were able to see some of this up close. We're calling games in the NBA this year as well. Jay wears every single hat that we have here at ESPN. You were able to see the Phoenix Suns up close, and I think everyone knows that there's still a lot left for Kevin Durant to do with the Houston Rockets here. But it seems like these two teams are in very, very different places now.
Yeah, I mean, with Durant leaving, Phoenix is in a much different place right now. And they have to make a decision on Bradley Beal. That's really going to be where things shake out for them. But look, this is where you start in the draft. I mean, if you're gonna build a team and build it to where you want to get it, I think you have to start with the draft. That's where the best teams build is through the draft. And they have an opportunity right here.
What are you looking at here, Andrea?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bigs. Like, Kamal Malawak, I think it's time for him.
Yes, it's more than time enough for a big, man.
Extremely athletic.
Where's Malawak? Where's Queen? Come on, Phoenix.
With the 10th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft,
Here we go.
the Houston Rockets select Kaman Malawak.
There we go. All right, there's one of the bigs.
South Sudan, the NBA Academy of Africa and Senegal, and Duke University.
I like that pick for Phoenix, especially because I think he provides more defense than Queen does, and they already, again, they're like the Raptors. They already have a lot of scoring between Booker, Jay Green now, and Bradley Beal. So they can score enough. The question is going to be the defense, so he's going to be an anchor down in Phoenix. Yes, the mock draft is done. Got the last 4 picks wrong. Last 5 picks wrong. Started off hot 1 through 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we got all wrong. Because 6 was Trey. Yeah. Yeah, we got them all wrong. So we went 5 for 5, and then we went over 5. Ended up 5 for 10.
He told our Monica McKnight yesterday, Bobby, that his parents are at home and he thinks that they'll stay up.
Chicago Bulls are looking to trade Kobe White or Lonzo Ball before their 12th pick. Can they do it? Probably couldn't trade Lonzo. I don't know who would want him. But Kobe White could definitely be on the table, which means that they likely want a point guard. So maybe Casper's Jack Jonas for Chicago at 12. I had that pick in my first mock draft that I did. Does that count? Portland at 11. I think, it's either going to be a Senge or Bryant now. They don't need a center. And so they need a forward player now. So one of those guys, or maybe even Rasheer Fleming. So Fleming, Bryant, or a Senge. It probably will end up being a Senge at 11, especially because he had that great game against Portland in the preseason, I believe it was, on his German team. He is missing the German finals right now for this, which, I get it, draft's important, man, but you about to win a ring, gang. He's still playing in the season. That's wild. Season's not even over. He's about to get drafted. Oh, breaking news? Mark Williams traded to the Phoenix Suns. Okay, that didn't really help me, Bleacher Report. Mark Williams gets traded to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 overall pick. Okay. That's interesting then that they didn't go center at number 4. So now they're going to have to go center with the 29th pick, like Rocco Zikarsky, Ryan Kalkbrenner, that type of pick, or are they going to trade? No, they can't trade for Derek Queen. They don't have enough value. But now Phoenix has Kaman Maluwak and Mark Williams, 2 big-time rim protectors. That's the first trade of the night, and it's a teaser. It's a little appetizer. Almost 2 hours in, and we are 11 picks in. 19 picks left to go. And a long night ahead.
Considering everything that this family has been through to get here. His siblings all sharing in this with him. Again, you heard him with Monica sending the message back to his parents watching at home. Just a tremendous story.
I've just seen it too. Now, seriously, but this is what it's all about. Like, do you realize how hard it is to make it to the NBA? Do you know what it feels like to get your name called when you have to compete, especially from where he came from, the obstacles, the hurdles, right? Like being able to be put on the platform to be seen, and then all of a sudden make the best of it. I see him playing the Derek Lively role, to be honest with you, for the Phoenix Suns. I know Jay, you said he played mostly drop coverage, but I see a young man that's going to accept the challenge of being able to switch out on the perimeter and slide those buckets.
And now we've seen Duke have multiple players here drafted in this first round. I'm hearing that Sean Charania has some breaking news for us, as I just mentioned. the Duke players. It's some history here. I want to bring in Sean Sharanya now. Hey, Sean, I hear we got some picks on the move. What more can you tell us?
So one deal just happened. The number 11 overall pick is being traded from the Portland Trailblazers to the Memphis Grizzlies. So this pick coming up at 11 will be Memphis's pick. And then elsewhere, the Phoenix Suns draft Kamal Malawach, but they have also traded for center Mark Williams from the Charlotte Hornets. I'm told the Hornets are getting the number 29 pick in tonight's draft, as well as a 2029 first-round pick. So we know the Suns have had an issue with their front court side, but they have addressed it in a massive way tonight. Getting Kamal Malawach, they did not expect Malawach to drop to them at 10, but he did, and now they get him as well as Mark Williams.
All right, so at the deadline, the Hornets traded Mark Williams to the Lakers, but he failed the physical. So now he is headed to the Phoenix Suns. The Portland Trailblazers are on the clock, and their pick is in.
We have a trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Houston Rockets are trading to the Phoenix Suns the draft rights to Kaman Malawach, the 10th pick.
I hate how they have to do this, bro.
And now, with the 11th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Portland Trailblazers select Cedric Coward from Washington State University.
Cedric Coward goes 11. Okay, talk about a freaking shakeup. He does go in the lottery, and he goes nearly top 10. He goes from Division III to undrafted to early second rounder to late first rounder to top 11. Wild. And they still, so now they have 3 guards. They have Scoot, Cedric, and they have Drew Holiday, and they have Shaedon Sharpe as well. So you have 2 guys that could potentially shoot. You have Scoot Henderson that can attack, and then you have Drew Holiday that can defend. So they have a big-time rotations of guards. He also has shown the ability to play at the forward position, and maybe that's where he could play like a Herb Jones power forward type guy because he is a really, really solid rebounder, so maybe he could play there as well. So he could end up starting for them in their lineup. This is, wow, what a surprise. Cedric Coward was drafted before Derek Queen, Kasparas Giannakis. Yeah, he's an athlete. Freakish athlete. And honestly, he probably could have been picked higher. He got hurt earlier in the year.
He's got great instinct, sturdy frame, big hands, and he's a good passer. Good vision. He can improve his handle and his decisions, but he shot it really well at the combine. Shot it well off the dribble. I think he was 17 of 20 in that star drill that they have there. But his ability to shoot it from the perimeter and then defend multiple positions is why he's going number 11 in this draft. A guy with a lot of potential.
We should mention that our Sean Sharanya is reporting that the Portland Trailblazers are trading him at the number 11 pick to the Memphis Grizzlies. Again, this pick, Cedric Coward, is headed.
Oh, he's being traded to Memphis?
And again, it's been quite the journey for him, Andre.
It's part of what deal? Okay, so he's going to Memphis. So never mind. He is going to play the shooting guard position. He gets shooting. Well, this is a great pick for Memphis. This is what they needed. They needed a shooting guard. What was the trade?
Headed here to the Memphis Grizzlies, and he's here with our Monica.
What a long shot of a journey, to use your words, Cedric. But now you're here. What's the next step to continue?
I have no idea what the trade is right now, but he's going to Memphis.
To take every day, just the exact same as I have, keep embracing the process of breaking.
Okay, this makes a lot more sense. If Portland was taking that pick, what the heck?
Let your shoulders down, savor, and realize the improbability of what you've accomplished tonight.
Kind of both. I mean, it's not time to let the shoulders down. It's time to keep the foot on the gas. Time to keep going. But for all the kids out there that are similar to me, hitting my story and where I am today, you can keep going if you believe in yourself, have faith in the Lord, and, just work to accomplish your dreams.
Outstanding stuff, Cedric. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Monica, thank you so very much. Fun fact about Cedric Howard. I love that he loves babies and paint custom sneakers as well. In a night that started with Cooper Flagg being drafted #1 overall, Flagg will join us here coming up at the NBA Draft Music.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up. Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. So you can use your sweat and is it in here?
Visit your Audi dealer and lease the all-new 2025 Audi Q5 Quattro Premium for $699 per month. Your summer with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea hands on the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Made with real brewed tea and 5% ethyl alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Karen's about to retire. Here's what's going into her retirement.
There's us. She raised us on our own.
10 years as my roller derby wife.
Great. Baseball, she's open.
She's a mother.
I think we turned out all right.
She's a friend.
Our mothers could tell stories.
She's a teacher.
She may be retiring, but she's not done.
I'm never gonna stop.
Retirement is the sum of your life's work. Now what? Get income for life and protect your life's work with Prudential. Hey, it's your dry skin. I need to seal moisture. CeraVe hydrates up to 10 layers deep and delivers 3 essential ceramides, helping restore my barrier. Lock in 24-hour hydration with CeraVe facial moisturizing lotions.
And now introducing
This pick is now in for Chicago. Derek Queen is a possibility. Derek Queen is a possibility. And I would love that pick for Chicago. Some others would disagree. I'm still trying to find what this Grizzlies pick is, or what this Grizzlies trade is with Portland. So I'm wondering if they had to give up a player, because they would have jumped from 16 to 11. Okay, so they're sending 16, a 2028 first round, and 2 seconds for Cedric Howard. So that's a pretty good haul. 2 first rounders and 2 seconds for the number 11. For a guy who was a Division III player who got hurt. But no, Coward's good. He's good. And he's exactly what they need, just a scoring threat. Just a turn that I wasn't expecting. And we've now gone 0 for 6 on the last 6 picks. And Derek Queen could potentially be going to Chicago, and I had him going to Chicago in the last 4 drafts. And I changed it the last time. I also changed the Jeremiah Fears pick. And I could potentially have gotten both of those right. But it's not about me being right, obviously. Obviously, we don't know what's going through these general managers' minds. Welcome into the stream if you are here. 2 hours into the 2025 NBA first round. 12th pick about to be fired off. We have 18 more after this. And we're here. We're having fun. Leave a comment if you'd like. And I appreciate you for tuning in. Here we go. 12th pick about to be announced. Let's see who it is. Derek Queen, hopefully. Or Casper Yak Jonas, because they've wanted to trade.
NBA draft. The Chicago Bulls select Noah Essengay.
Noah Essengay from France. Again, wow, these second half picks have been really weird. Him and Patrick Williams are so similar. Like, I don't know how that works either. Oh my goodness, Derek Queen could actually be going out of the lottery. Well, there's still potential for him to be picked by the Hawks. dude, the Spurs could get him. That's another thing that I'm worried about. San Antonio could get Derek Queen. That'd be nasty. But back to Osengwe. Good length, great athlete. That's really what he is. He's like Tajon Salon from last year for the Hornets. That's really the role that he plays, just a phenomenal athlete, good length, shot blocker. But, I mean, they have Patrick Williams, so I don't know how those two play next to each other, especially with the lack of shooting between the both of them. And there have been rumors that they've been trying to move Patrick Williams. They've been trying to move Kobe White, but as of right now, none of that's been done. So, I mean, what happens? And very, very interesting pick, in my opinion. But, again, not personally what I would have done. I definitely think that they do need a center, especially with the fact that they were looking to trade Nikola Vucevic away. But they go with the big-time forward, 6'9", still possibly looking to play Pat Will at the 4. And they have Matas Buzelis, too. So they have 3 rotational small forwards. And in my opinion, this is a year that Matas needs to take a big step. Like, Matas needs to get some real time this year. Potentially some starting time in my eyes. But Osengwe is definitely going to be on their mark. I don't know, man. It is a Bulls pick. It is a Bulls-type pick where they kind of just go weird with it.
And New Orleans is sending the number 23 overall pick and a 2026 unprotected first-round pick that's going to be the most favorable out of New Orleans and Milwaukee. So essentially 2 first-round picks for New Orleans to move up. And at the number 13th pick, the New Orleans have...
So New Orleans just traded 2 first-rounders, including the number 23, for Atlanta's 13. So Atlanta has traded back twice in this draft. They don't have their 22nd anymore, but they now have the 23rd, but no 13th. And New Orleans is now on the clock. Now, remember, they got Jeremiah Fears at 7. They have Yves Misi. They have Herb Jones. They have DeJounte Murray. They have a talented squad, so they can kind of go anywhere. It's really just depth. Maybe Derek Queen. Or maybe like a 3-and-D like a Carter Bryant. Jace Richardson, potentially. Maybe they want both Fears and Yak Jonas, which would be absolutely insane. And it could potentially mean that they're trading away DeJounte Murray, Rasheer Fleming possibly, especially with Zion Williamson recently going through some off-the-court issues. I think both of those are entirely possible. Really weird for Atlanta because they need so much front court help that they trade away both of their picks.
The first black player was selected with the 13th pick in the NBA draft. They marked the first season with black players in the league. To honor this anniversary, 2 Commissioner Silver are family members of those NBA pioneers, along with Hall of Famer and all-time NBA great Oscar Robertson, who was also the first black president of the National Basketball Players Association, and Andre Iguodala, the 4-time NBA champion and the current executive director of the Players Association.
Justin Gaethje.
Chuck Cooper.
Trying to produce
Earl Lloyd.
UFC world title.
Not Sweetwater Clifton. 3 NBA pioneers. The league's first black players who 75 years ago made history. As we continue to welcome the next generation of players into the league tonight, we also celebrate the accomplishments of the legends who came before them. Chuck, Kevin, Jatan, your fathers hold a special place in the creation of the modern NBA. They were courageous, they showed resolve, and they represent a through line that continues today. The power of sports to bring people together. We are honored to recognize their lasting contributions to the game. Thank you.
All right, now announce the Hawks pick, man. Announce the Pelicans pick, please. Who's it going to be? Could it be Asa Newell? Could it be Derek Queen? Could it be Rasheer Fleming? really interesting pick from. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the last two picks. And Toronto's pick.
Black players in the NBA. And this is a league that really has been built, I think, Andrea, on inclusivity, on the backs, really, of black players who have made this league what it is today. So it's a nice moment from the NBA there to make sure to recognize the forefathers of this.
Yeah, on the anniversary of celebrating the men that have created the opportunity for these young men that we just saw and their ability to be here on the stage, to be their authentic selves and have this moment, a really special moment for the league.
And to come up and chat with us as well, Jeff.
And great to see the great Oscar Robertson out there. He spent some time with Cooper Flag. Can you imagine how much money Oscar Robertson would make right now if he were playing? One of the greatest players to ever walk the planet.
And pretty incredible to see that he spent some time with Cooper Flag as well. All right, the pick is in. It's time to get it back to position.
With the 13th pick in the 2025.
All right, this pick goes to the Pelicans.
The Atlanta Hawks select Derek Queen.
There we go. I was gonna say if he went out of the lottery, I would be very surprised. But he goes to the team that I at least expected him to go to. Pelicans with Misi. I mean, they do need offense, especially at the big man spot. I don't know. Just feel like these last picks have been weird fits. But glad to see that he went in the lottery. Because he deserved it, man. He's talented. I had him originally going within the top 5 of my first mock draft. Then he did slip and fall. He slipped all the way down to number 12 for me. Ended up getting drafted here at 13.
He's not sure today's speed, what everybody looking for, meaning being athletic and being a live threat at the basket. He has a high motor. He's relentless when it comes down to rebounding, and he has that soft, feminine touch around the basket. That nice word to
Baby
jump
Yoke
through.
is the nickname you usually use for African Junior Good. Baby Yoke, okay.
Which move I was gonna if San Antonio had the opportunity to take him, that would have been dangerous. But now, so we're at the end of the lottery, 14th.
He's got guard skill and terrific post instincts. So he's a mismatch. He's got great hands, great feet. His footwork is excellent. And really a high basketball IQ. A really good touch around the basket. He can post, he can operate in a short roll. And the first point, an excellent rebounder and a fantastic offensive rebounder. He had 15 double-doubles. That was the most in the Big Ten since Jared Sullinger of Ohio State. 500 points, over 500, over 300 rebounds. The most in Sullinger and then great coach Derek Queen. I think he can improve his perimeter shooting, but his skill level as a big guy is really impressive.
His face-up game, his footwork, the body control. Kurt, you mentioned the touch. 200 Academy drafted already tonight. You know, he was doing an interview Derek Queen with Gavoni, and I had to write these down because Gavoni asked him who he watches. This is Derek Queen. He named so many different players for specific reasons. He said AD for how he gets to his spots, Melo for the footwork, Shea for how he draws fouls, Jokic for playmaking, and Embiid for using his force. All of those players, that's who he watches to create his game.
And now Derek Queen is with the Harmonica McNabb.
Derek, standing with your mom, Lisa. Okay, we got to go through your basketball last 3 months or so. The game winner, or in the NCAA tournament, or tonight. I need you to rank both of them.
Definitely tonight. Definitely, because I might hit another game one, you never know, but this is a one-time opportunity.
When you saw him hit that shot, Rob, what did you think in terms of the opportunities that he continues to give himself through the game of basketball?
It's just a blessing, and I just knew that it was amazing. It just amazing.
As you head into your NBA career now, Derek, and your feature, you talked about all your confidence. What are you bringing to the organization that you're doing?
I feel like I proved that everywhere I went, and then like a person that's ready to compete and just play the push me.
You guys, Derek, Lisa, thank you so much. Enjoy tonight.
Congratulations to Derek Queen. And meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs pick is already in. Let's send it back to the podium.
We're just told that the commissioner just needs a little bit more time. But I'm seeing the signage that says the pick is in. So San Antonio picking again here. And now the commissioner is truly ready. Let's try one more time. Sending it back to the podium and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
Well, that was quick from San Antonio.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Carter Bryant from the University of Arizona.
Spurs get Bryant. I like that. I thought it would have to be a 3-and-D guy. I had Thomas Schwarber, nice backup big rim protector, but Carter Bryant gets there. What the heck is he wearing? Brother, put on a shirt. He don't look like he got a lead character by what he's wearing, bro.
Yeah, another 3-and-D guy that we talked about a little bit earlier. His mom played volleyball at Arizona. He comes from an athletic family. He only averaged about 6 points and 10 rebounds a game, but he made 39 threes on the year. He shot 37% from three, and he's a personal defender. He's got size, he's got length, and he's got excellent athleticism. So as a wing, he's got a tremendous amount of potential as a switchable defender, as you say, and he can hit a standstill three-point shot. So he can guard 1 through 4. He was second on the Arizona team in block shots. His assignment, when he was the primary defender, he held his assignment to 37% from the field. He had over 25 blocks and over 25 steals. He was only one of 9 freshmen in the country to accomplish that. And almost half his points came off of 3-point field goals. So he can spread the floor, but really where he sets himself apart is as a defender. His versatility, his hands, his length, and he plays hard. And he was willing to play a role this last year at Arizona. He wasn't relied upon to be a primary scorer. He just busted his tail defending.
All right, out of the lottery now. OKC's the first pick up. What the heck? They didn't end up trading into the lottery like it was suggested. What the heck are they going to do?
Less than 20 minutes. He's a high-flying athlete, 39.5-inch max vertical, and a great motor. And like you said, consistent three-point shooter.
And he was well balanced in just about every category. What's the Spurs need? A 3-and-D guy reminds me a lot of OG and an OG. Yeah.
Now the defending champs, they're on the clock. The Oklahoma City.
Love how all of the top needs are just reserve. Talking about like second reserve, dude.
2025 lottery. But we have seen plenty of talent come out of the first round, even outside of the lottery. I think it's hard to imagine. Pascal Siakam, who we just saw in the NBA Finals. Rudy Gobert with the 27th pick. DeJounte Murray, of course. Jimmy Butler. Desmond Bain. Our very own Kendrick Perkins and Jeff to come in the first round outside of the top 15. When you're looking at the best available here, would be the Kendrick Perkins that Jeff puts tonight.
Nobody can be another 10. Let's not get crazy here. But there is some value here. Ace Newell, long, athletic, excellent rebounder. Thomas Sorber from Georgetown, a rim protector, a guy who can really control the lane. Jace Richardson, a lefty, he's small, but he can really score. And I really like Casper Jackson as well. This is your plenty when you talk about another 3-and-D guy.
And no worries, whoever drafts Casper Jackson, he is known as KJ. His fan base is great. You can call him KJ.
Yeah, stay away from that.
It's a 2025 draft player.
When you're with Amex Platinum, you can enjoy the Centurion Lounge and access to incredible experiences worldwide. So being a fan for life turns into a trip of a lifetime. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
Love what's nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up. Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on demand.
When it comes to your wireless plan, don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk. More ways to connect. More reasons to share. And when you spend less with Straight Talk, you get more moments to yourself by getting something for them. Switch to Straight Talk and get a free 5G phone on us on America's most reliable 5G network. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
You've always been ahead of the game. Excellence is your default, and Lexus knows that feeling is unmatched. Their standard isn't for the average, it's for those who set the bar and elevate it. So as you redefine what's possible, Lexus refines what you deserve. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing. Don't worry. Dash Pass saves you money and good. So you can skip the trip to the grocery store and start right where you need to be. Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Her enamel, clinical enamel strength, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science and is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's
All right, guys, we're back. Whoa. What the heck happened there? I guess we're past 14 now. So we'll go ahead and grab the second. Oh, wait. Well, that was the... Shoot, messed up.
Right now, you're standing on every tomorrow.
Whole life.
My gosh. So it was just on Tuesday that the Oklahoma City Thunder were celebrating their first championship in franchise history. We gotta work on the footage though. It was a party.
Look, everybody back off the hate. Oh, I don't have it now. This is their first time, okay? This is not the last one either.
Well, they already had top champagne. They are the NBA champions. But they're thinking here on the 15th pick is it.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Thomas Sorber from Georgetown, Maryland.
They get Schwarber. All right. Makes sense. So, I don't know, potentially trading Hardenstein now because he's not going to play. Like, that's the problem with this. He's now the third center on the roster. Now he is recovering from injury. And he's pretty one-dimensional on offense. So this is a pick that is going to need to take some time. So I understand if he's not going to be playing right away. But, I mean, eventually you're going to have to make way for him to actually get some time, man.
All of that comes from Dad. And you can see him representing for his community there.
Well, he's a presence in the lane. 6'9", 6'10", with a 7'6" wingspan. He's got a good skill level, and Thomas Sorber has a motor, great hands, and can control the paint. He's a lob threat, He's a good passer. He catches everything. But a very high-level post defender, very good rebounder. He was the second freshman in Division I rebounding behind Derek Queen of Maryland. And he was the first Big East freshman with over 2 blocks per game and over 50% from the field in the last 25 years. And to that point, like guys that have done that recently were guys like Chet Holmgren and Evan Mobley, averaged over 2 blocks and over 1.5 steals. And he's the first rounder from Georgetown since Otto Porter Jr.
I gotta tell you, Jay, this quote, when I heard it, it gives me chills. He told his agent, I'm gonna make sure that everyone knows my dad's last name. And now, Andrea, he's going into the NBA championship.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And he fits right in, especially because of his defense. But he's versatile. He's got crafty finishes at the rim. To me, his defense is what really stands out because he defends with strength inside the paint, mobility on the perimeter, and his wingspan impacts the game from everywhere. This is a player, when you think about OKC, fits right in.
He did suffer a season-ending foot injury, though, Jack.
He did, but with his shot blocking ability and back in his hand, he can block 10 steals. And with that defensive mindset, going with a team that has a defensive mindset in Oklahoma City, like, holy cow, but they just defend like right now. He's so good.
We'll get rid of the champs.
There you go. Listen to this number. 26.5 defensive rating when he's on the court versus off the court. The highest of any D1 player this season. That's the defensive impact that he has on the court.
Well, he's going to a great organization, right? They just won the championship, and he's going to get just there. That's exactly right.
Absolutely.
I love this right here.
Yeah. It really is. We've said it time and time again. What a player about. He is currently with Armando McNutt. We will share that with you a little bit later. But right now, we are joined by the newest member of the Dallas Mavericks, Flag Cooper. We saw the incredible draft parties that are happening across Newport. They actually got to meet some of the folks in Newport and they enjoyed the show. Yes, they were so excited because they felt like you were representing them and you weren't just getting drafted, they were getting drafted with you. How many texts you got on your phone last night?
I've gotten a ton. I gave my mom the phone as soon as it started. I haven't even seen it. So just go through the process is incredible. I know I have so much support from back home.
Yeah, Cooper, and for what has been the most special part of the night so far?
I think just hearing my name, get called, sharing that moment with my mom, my dad, and my 2 brothers. That's a moment I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. How about seeing your team?
First, I need to see where you're at.
That compares pretty high. I think, seeing Connie and Kawan both get taken in the top 10 is an incredible feeling. I know how much work they put in. I know how good they are, how good of people they are as well. So it's incredible to see that.
Not line up in a line. Lines, get lines.
That conversation.
It was great. It was a great workout down there to get in and meet everybody and see everybody. But I think, talking to Coach Kidd, I think he just has a lot of confidence in me to just come in and be an impact player. He's going to, let me have the ball a little bit, I think, and just try and rock out and do what I can do.
Hey, cool. Tell him what Bill gave you a speech at your McDonald's already. Tell him keep it real, huh?
You have me ready.
Everybody in Maine is claiming Cooper Flag.
A non-memorable speech.
Well, we know, Cooper, that it wasn't just Perk that gave you maybe a little bit of a hype-up speech. We saw a video of you with LeBron James a while back, and he told you to make sure to stay in the moment to be able to sort of soak everything in from this night. It's a little bit difficult to do. Do you think we're able to accomplish that?
I tried my best. That's what I'll say. It was a blur as soon as I heard it happen. It's been a blur. So tried my best. I don't know how well I'm able to appreciate it, but it definitely feels so surreal.
We got your back here because we've had the mic the entire night, so we can just take a look back at some of those emotions in real time.
Oh man.
Today's just not great.
Is that okay? Yeah. Come on, if you do me a favor, I don't have to block that.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
Making sure you do to keep the commissioner on time.
Yes, I do. I had to watch on. I had to keep checking out.
Let's
a little late. We started a little late.
because it's in the regular team.
Figured I'd ride somebody with you, and then maybe
Yeah, you played it too. Comes with pressure. Then now the number one overall pick in the draft. How do you process?
and she's love karate.
I think everybody deals with it differently. I think my way that I deal with pressure, I deal with expectations, is using people around me, using my parents, using my brothers, using my friends from back home who have been with me every step of the way. And that's my support system. That's how I deal with things like that. So, just trying to breathe and deal with things like that.
You hear that?
It's definitely not easy, but it's
It's
something
the real world calling
Silver,
out.
you handled it beautifully all season long. You impact the game in so many different ways. You scored 3 on you can pass. What's your favorite part of the game?
What do you think you're doing right there?
I think I would say my favorite part of the game is doing everything. Just having that ability to do everything. Block shots. Help out your teammates. Play offense. Just being on both sides of the ball and impacting winning at a high level.
And now we get to see you at Summer League, Cooper. I'm guessing it's going to be your teammates at Duke. Is anyone be circled for the first game?
100%. I think Kwan, and then even some guys, Derek Queen, who I played with in high school, Liam McNeely, those guys. I'll be looking forward to playing against them.
Playing against your college teammates, I have a feeling that the NBA may say, you know what, Dallas, Lakers, that may be a natural first game we could see in Summer League. We look forward to seeing you there. Enjoy the rest of this night. So, all in, we appreciate the time.
Thank you guys very much.
Don't eat all the cereal.
Thank you so much, Cooper. We had to hit the glam cam before he came up to set here to show off that watch one more time. And there was an entire city and state behind Cooper. This was the seed in Newport the moment he got drafted. But now, another pick is in. It's time to get it back to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
All right, so this pick is going to the Trailblazers.
We find that on NBA draft. Shit.
The Memphis Grizzlies select Jan Hudson from Zibo, China, and the Qingdao Eagles.
They took the dude from China? So they get a center.
Still comes and he sits in the stands and he waits for his moment.
Is that Rich Paul medium?
Okay. Talk about unexpected this second half, I guess. Young Hansen. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot.
I didn't have my opportunity to walk across the stage and shake hands with that silver. And that's one of the regrets that I had.
I'm so glad that Yang
That's
Hansen
a moment right there.
came here not knowing whether or not
He does
hears name
realize
called
the Nazis
necessarily in
wants
the first
war.
round. A huge
Why
jump
should I be
for
scared
him.
of him?
Decided to come
Because
to
he's got a
Barclays
snake
Center,
on his wall.
and now he gets his moment with
It's not
NBA
like he's a
Commissioner Adam
teacher who
Silver.
can give us a bad look.
Jonathan, what will you bring here for the Portland Trailblazers?
Okay.
This is one of the first major surprises of this draft. First of all, happy birthday, Young Hansen. He turns 20 tomorrow. 7'2", 9'3" standing reach, skilled passer and finisher with an outstanding.
So they drafted. Oh no, they didn't. They traded away Cowards. This is their first round pick. I mean, you have Klingon, you have 8. I mean, I always look at the best fit immediately.
So, an incredible moment here in Brooklyn. Really excited to see Young Hansen on the Portland.
Yeah, you mentioned Yao Ming, Yi Jianlan, and then now Yang Hansen, a huge moment. And like you said, Jonathan, one of the biggest rises we have seen thus far in this draft. Remember, again, it's the Memphis Grizzlies, the Giannis Day, to the Portland Trailblazers here as a part of this deal that self-centered power to the Memphis Grizzlies that were led to pick this evening. And then the Trailblazers receiving Orlando, and then 2 future second-round picks here as well. We'll leave it up for a second. Make sure you take a photo. Everyone's got it, understands the trade. But this is really, really interesting here, Jay. You see a player, maybe you know whether or not this is going to happen
So you're
tonight.
saying I should fight you and give me
Yeah, it's nice that he was here. But Jonathan's
very
unmotivated.
You got to explain stuff to him.
He was slotted as a second round.
Yeah, he was like a late second rounder.
It goes to show for Portland, when you target a player, that's who you want.
Yes,
What difference does it make? Take him when you have the opportunity to take him.
Absolutely. And now
They're gonna have to play him next to Klingon. I don't know. I don't know how you work him in. There's just been so many recent picks where I don't know what the idea is. I always forget that Alex Rodriguez is part-time owner of the Timberwolves. So they're at 17. Nick Clifford is still on the board. Jace Richardson is still on the board. Austin Newell. All right, Timberwolves here at 17, guys.
With the 17th pick in the Minnesota Timberwolves select
Back-to-back centers. The Frenchman center pick here. So many surprising first-round selections, I swear. He'll back up Gobert. This makes sense because Minnesota right now does not know if they're going to be able to keep Randall, Reed, and Gobert all three together. So this gives them some depth at the front court position where they have loaded up before. Even if they are able to keep everyone, they have 3 rotational centers. They were able to do that 2 years ago when they had Gobert and Towns and Reed. And they've showed effectiveness of being able to play 2 centers back-to-back by each other. So the depth makes sense. He was a guy that I think you could get in the second round.
With a 7'4" wingspan, a 9'3" standing, and outstanding mobility, covering ground and goes down to the floor. Now, Johan Derringer has only been playing basketball for 4 years. He doesn't turn 19 until November. Minnesota is very excited about his long-term upside. The strides that he made as this year moved on in his first professional season in Europe was really astounding. Johan Derringer has huge upside to develop long-term.
Not to mention joining a fellow Frenchman in Rudy Gobert in Minnesota. And French players have really been headlining and dominating the draft we've seen in recent years. Of course, you think of Victor Wembanyama at the top here, but the NBA has long pulled talent from France. The past 2 seasons, though, it's especially been the case. 2023, for Victor Wembanyama, selected by the San Antonio Spurs, and later won Rookie of the Year. Wemby wasn't the only Frenchman drafted that year, though. Bilal Coulibaly was picked at 7, Ryan Rucker at 43, Sidi Sissoko at 44, and in 2024, the trend only strengthened. 4 picks in the first round coming from France: Zachary Rissochet, Alex Song, Dijon Salon, and then Pacome Gadier as well. And now you see 2 French players drafted this evening as well. I love the French music. The NBA draft will continue here coming up after the break. So far, we are 3
All right, quick commercial break. 13 picks to go.
Collected specimens from distant planets. Monsters. Plus.
Did they just hop from a baseball game to a show on Max without leaving DirecTV?
It's like all their apps and channels are.
Hey, Robbie, it's not right from here. Right? Robbie, you're gonna break stuff there.
Is she
Make a
talking
fist.
Tell me, how does
Think of that. You're gonna punch your
all
balls.
your
You're gonna make
favorite
them tight.
stuff on one
Fist all around the outside. Squeeze them up and extend your hands straight out.
mind control?
You recently electrocuted.
Hit my hand.
Introducing Gyro Packs starting at $34.99.
Well, I for one am intrigued.
That's better.
The history of winning.
I'm sorry for calling you.
65 games.
Hurt your side. You're not the only one to temper
The
around.
solution, a drink that hydrates better than water. Change
Well, where are you from? USA.
Why do dermatologists worldwide recommend La Roche-Posay? Effective skincare like La Roche-Posay Double Repair Face Moisturizer delivers double action to help repair skin's barrier and provide 48-hour hydration for healthy looking skin. La Roche-Posay.
Yeah, well, I guess things are
like never before.
head back inside and announce these. Sorry.
Since you served 20 years for manslaughter, you know manslaughter must have been quite the job. Try forward 30.
I'm looking for sex.
Places are falling apart. In Jurassic World, every team vehicle is Jurassic Park. Experience alcohol freedom for all. Once the possibility, no matter what it is. For a third row, with all the adventure. Jurassic World Reserve.
Employee pricing plus. Purchase and get an average of $7,900 below MSRP. Until 2025 Jeep Wrangler cash stock. Total this together. Comes in June 30th.
But nobody else did.
When the terrain is gnarly, you say
Doesn't mean
yes.
it's grown-ups.
When obstacles are ahead, you live fast. When the turf is hostile, inspire
When you
us.
lift up your foot like that,
All the legend.
back foot, more lines up,
Trust.
power.
Lease a new Tacoma for just $279 per month for Toyota Care. Toyota's no-cost maintenance plan for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Which automaker employs the most hourly workers in the country?
Do you guys want a banana?
Which automaker assembles the most vehicles in the country? That's not a coincidence. It's a commitment. A commitment Ford dealers share by offering steady pricing across a full lineup of Ford vehicles.
Use Ford and Fail. Choose the 24 Ford Super Duty XL. Now with up to $2,500 bonus cash or financing from 1.9% during the summer sale down sales event. Going on now at your New Mexico Ford dealer.
Okay, everybody,
Today, our next WNBA game is Sunday afternoon on ESPN and ESPN Report this. Angel Reese and the Sky take on the Sparks at 4 o'clock Eastern. Coverage just WNBA countdown to 7:30. And then you can see tomorrow's stars like Dylan Harper and Cooper Flag take the court for the first time at NBA 2K26. Summer League, the NBA Summer League will be July 10th and 20th on ESPN and NBA TV. Tickets today at NBAevents.com. And I'm checking with our senior insider, Sham Sharanya, at the Washington Wizards on the clock. Sham, I understand you have some news for us.
Yeah, this pick at number 18 is actually being traded to the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz want a shooter at this position, someone that can help them. They're identifying Walter Clayton Jr. out of Florida at this pick potentially, but that process is still going on. This number 18 overall pick is going to the Utah Jazz.
Okay, the Washington Wizards pick here is headed to the Utah Jazz. Jay, Sean's talking about circling potentially Walter Clayton.
National champion. And he's coming out of high school. He was a coveted football player for free safety. He was recruited by Florida as a football player before they ever thought of him as a basketball player. Wound up going to Iona and playing for Rick Pitino. He's back player of the year. And after 2 years there, going to the NCAA tournament, transferred to Florida, played his last 2 years there. And averaged well over 18 points a game. His 2 seasons there, obviously won a national championship on the top goal last year.
39% from three.
So this pick is going to Utah, I guess.
That can't be caught. 38%
35 points in the NCAA tournament in clutch time. That led all players. He made some big time plays down the stretch for that Florida team on their road to the national championship.
Yeah, I feel like he really rode the past couple months since the NCAA tournament. You mentioned the football prowess, Jay. We have some footage.
Well, just a great athlete, obviously, to be that proficient in two sports. He just wasn't heavily recruited. There he is as a free safety, and that's where he was heavily recruited by big-time college football programs. He just wasn't able to get where he wanted initially coming out of high school in basketball, and that's why he went to Iona. I think playing for Rick Pitino really benefited.
And that explains his mindset and what we witnessed in the tournament. That's why he's proud champion on the biggest stage. So when you look at a lot of great basketball players, they all pretty much play football at some point of their life.
Did you?
I did. Football just something you did. We'll talk about that later. But no, when playing football put a different type of killer mentality to you that you just, you can't overlook.
Yeah, he wasn't the only Gator to play football. Elijah Martin was an excellent football player.
I headed against the Utah Jazz. I APH the selection. You think about a Jazz team that went 8-25 in the first time this season, the worst record in the NBA. Someone with that kind of prowess, that perspective really helps.
He rises to the occasion in big moments. Football also makes sense because he plays with great pace, changes speed, but he's also very physical. He's not afraid to get into the bodies of defenders when he has the ball in his hands, but also when he's making cuts.
Dan asked me to do it, but I'm pretty sure.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Portland Trailblazers are trading to the Memphis Grizzlies the draft rights to Cedric Howard at 11th pick, and the Grizzlies are trading to the Trailblazers the draft rights to Jan Hansen, the 16th pick.
Don't lose it. I mean, I'm not trouble around here.
And with the 18th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Washington Wizards select Walter Clayton Jr.
Walter Clayton Jr. does not go to the Miami Heat. He's going to the Utah Jazz. The Jazz now have 6 point guards. He goes way earlier than I thought. We can go ahead and switch this over. Get rid of that. So now the turn.
So the final four most outstanding player and his daughter, Leilani, he got buckets in the NCAA tournament. Everybody took notice on that. And to say he averaged points in the big dance doesn't do the performance justice. He put 30, he played 8 against Texas Tech, 34 in the national semifinal against Auburn. Incredible score.
Washington, Utah, it doesn't matter. He's ready to play on whatever team that he is going to, and he's efficient in every situation with the ball in his hands. Pick and roll ball handler, spot up, off screens, ISO. He's also very dangerous in transition. He hunts shots in transition, which also opens up opportunities for his teammates in early offense.
And Malika, to your point on the NCAA tournament, he had 3 30-point games in the tournament on the way to the national championship. He had 35 clutch points in one tournament. He set a single season record for scoring in the Florida program. They have some great pros, especially in the Billy Donovan down in Chicago. But with Walter Clayton Jr., you're talking about an elite shot maker, a guy that can score on all 3 levels. He's got speed, he's not big, but he's got speed. He's got strength, and he's got a lot of pop into that shot. Andre, when you mentioned in transition, he can come down and he steps right into a 3-point shot, or he can use his shiftiness to get around and get to the basket, where he's a pretty creative finisher around the bucket. I think he needs to become, he improved as a defender, but I think he still needs to become a better defender because he is undersized, so he's got to be a little bit more disruptive, but there's a lot to like with his offense.
His girlfriend Tatiana.
Oh, no, he's got a kid? I didn't even know that.
Right. That's absolutely right. That's up there.
And you know what else is proud? The Utah Jazz, the fans of the Utah Jazz. They should be thinking about it. Ace baby, right? And now Walter Clayton Jr. two exciting players right there that's going to Utah. Austin Age, first time league with far as him being the lead in charge. Yes, he's able to look splash and look noise in this draft right now.
Walter Clayton Jr. is now with our Monica McNutt.
Since you joined,
Walter, national champion and a member of the 2025 NBA Dragout class. What experience did you gain at the University of Florida in terms of winning? It's going to help you step into your NBA career with confidence.
Man, I feel like I gained a lot. Just being around those guys, my teammates, all things people understand. Just the chemistry we had on and off the time that was spent together.
As you begin this journey, what's going to be key and what will motivate you?
My daughter, for sure. She's been motivating me for a year and a half now that she's been here, so definitely my daughter.
she's not strong on the inside, Kim is strong on the outside. Right now, you're all weak. And I know that.
His daughter is his motivation. You can see that maybe she's not taking in every moment of what's happening right now, but someday she's going to be able to look back to see this footage, see these high fives. So yeah, I was there the moment that I got to see my dad drafted into the NBA.
It's like incredible. I had to shave my skin.
And what a year today. A national champion and drafted and has her daughter there to see it all in this past year. He said she's 1.5. That is a really accomplished last couple of months here for Walter.
Yeah, it's storyboard. And I think these two have done such a great job chronicling the emotion of the season. I mean, the draft is about realizing a dream.
All that matters
Tomorrow starts delivering on that dream. But tonight really is a celebration of what it took to get here. And Walter Clayton has had a tremendous, incredible journey to go from really being overlooked in high school as a basketball player, overlooked as a football player, basketball player, happened to go to Iona. And then through the transfer portal, that's one of the beauties of the transfer portal. You're overlooked in high school, you prove yourself, and then you get to the level that you originally wanted, and you kill it there. And that's what Walter Clayton did.
And those guys that's not taking it for granted, they had to stay outside this real number. It was one out of like every 485,000 athletes making it in any professional sport. So like just one-on-one. So when you see these emotions, it's like you know how many guys out there since the game has been growing, right? That are trying to come into the league or make it to the league. I just love these emotions. I know the feeling, I know the hard work you had to put in, having to listen to the doubters, the haters, and all of a sudden you hear on the stage getting drafted.
And I know we keep showing it over and over again, but it's because it is a story that I think so many people can hold a piece of. You have a dream, a childhood dream, but not that many people can see that dream realized in just one moment in one day, like at the NBA draft. The next pick is in. Let's send it back to the commissioner.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traore from Chi-Rotan France.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. The Nets just drafted back-to-back point guards. Who can't shoot. It's like, what? Oh, man. I don't get the fit, man. I do not get the fit.
He's a jet in the open court for whom the game comes easily operating on a pick and roll with his ability to change speeds and find teammates on the move. Turnovers, defense, scoring efficiency were issues this year that had to stop. But Traore showed significant promise at the youth and Eagle levels. He dropped 45 points at the ATT on Barcelona. He had that great name of the couple, like you said, and he has significant upside to blow into it, 6'4". He draws some comparisons to players like Jeff Teague and Dennis Schroeder at the same age, thanks to his speed and pace and vision. 19 years old. I'm told, by the way, the Brooklyn Nets are keeping this pick. We're going to pair Nolan Traore and Diego Demin in the same backcourt.
National Dynamic Group. 3 more picks to go. Pick up for Sean Russ. Let's see what he does the rest of this first round.
Yeah, 5 first-round picks, and as Bobby Mark said, so far Brooklyn's plan is keeping them all. Here is his moment with NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, and I love this. Nolan, his mom says, can be a little bit of an introvert, but his mom is fiery, so she pushes him to get out of his shell to make sure he shows that personality that she knows and loves from her son. As I mentioned earlier, there is a French flavor to this draft. 3 French players already chosen tonight. Yohan Berger, Noah Sengay, and now Yohan Definitely not. Brooklyn so far excited by what they are seeing tonight. You can see their draft headquarters here at the training center right here in Brooklyn where we are sitting. Congratulating each other. And again, 5 first-round picks and playing the head roster so far. And they should be excited about Priori. 6'8" wingspan. He's got a low dribble. We're only talking about his passing, but he also led his team in blocks and blocks per game. There's a defensive aspect to his game that he's also bringing to Brooklyn. So
Yeah, but like,
second pick of the evening, and now it's the Miami Heat that are on the clock. Remember, Miami went 37-45 this season. They struggled a bit after the Jimmy Butler trade. They got swept in the first round after making it out of the play-in tournament. You can see here again, just a reminder of the Jimmy Butler trade that sent Jimmy to the Golden State Warriors after months of sort of a back and forth of whether or not Jimmy Butler wants to stay in Miami or would he be his most productive there. He said he needed to find his basketball joy and he didn't lie in Miami anymore. But after not trading for Kevin Durant, which was floated as maybe a potential for Miami, how should they approach this pick? Also, this sophomore.
Well, I mean, it's important because the past couple summers they didn't pursue Damian Lillard. Right? They passed on Drew Holiday when he was tackling available. And then now you look at Kevin Durant, they don't get that good. They move off to Jimmy.
Casper Jack Jonas is still on the board. That's surprising. Nick Clifford is still on the board. Austin Newell is still on the board. We're in the 20s. Liam McNeely. There could be a solid player that drops to the second round. Only 10 picks remaining.
Yeah, but they also continue to draft toughness, and they've done that in the past. It's served them really well. I mean, the best available player, I think, is Mason Rule of Georgia, but you can see him going with, like, one of the players that I think is really interesting is Pastor Jackson Jones of Illinois, because of his ability to operate the pick and roll and how the vision he has as a stopper. But another guy I would look at is Rasheer Fleming of St. Joseph. You know, another 3-and-D guy with incredible length, athleticism, can knock down a perimeter shot. Like, we're seeing 3-and-D guys have tremendous value. 2 of them that we talked about are already off the board as Coward and Black.
And that's certainly who they could be looking at this evening, but we know that they have an entire summer ahead of them for more of their plans. I want to bring in our senior insider, Sean Savant. Yes, Sean, what more can you tell us about what Miami is looking for this offseason and starting with tonight?
After missing out on Kevin Durant, the Miami Heat are remaining active. And when you look into free agency, one name to keep an eye on that I'm told they are expected to be a potential suitor for is Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. And the Warriors are comfortable potentially bringing Kuminga back in free agency, but they also are keeping an open mind as far as working through potential sign and trade possibilities. So Jonathan Kuminga, a couple other targets potentially for the Heat, whether it's in free agency or trade here over the next week or 2.
Interesting. All right. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that. Kuminga potentially in the age watch. But what do you think of that?
You know how I feel about I feel like he's a guy that has a really high ceiling, all-star level ceiling, will get an opportunity. But again, he doesn't move the needle right now for me, or as a guy that he can bring in that's going to help elevate you to a championship level. Right? And so when I look at the Miami Heat, again, we're talking about a team who's built on right? They're talking about winning the championship and what's going to change for them. So I just don't see that guy. I don't see Kaminga moving the needle for them.
Right now is reporting that Miami is keeping this pick, so we'll see who they select. Their pick is in. It's time to get back to the podium, and the commissioner Adam Silver take it away.
What if it's not a date? What if it's just two people getting down the same place separately?
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NBA draft,
It wouldn't be a date.
the Miami Heat select Kasparis Yakuchonis.
Kasparis Yakuchonis goes to Miami. Finally off the board. Big time fall for him. I had him as a top 7 pick. Obviously, that was off the table by now. And he goes to a team in Miami who I don't think actually has a ton of experience recently with European players. Good 3-point shooting, playmaking, which is nice because they do have some scorers. Jaquez, Harrow, Jovic. Pick and roll, Bam Adebayo. Get some good lobs in there. Just pretty surprised that he fell this far.
The pressure tended to bother him a little bit, especially toward the end of the season. He didn't have some of his better games in the last 10, 14 games. But such a good pass. He had a lot of turnovers. He had 123 turnovers. That was the 5th most in Division I. If you put him in a pick and roll situation, the big man is really impressive. He plays with pace. He can decelerate. I think he's a much better shooter than his numbers indicated. Over the last part of the season, he wound up shooting 32% from 3 overall, but he struggled over the last portion of the season and wasn't throwing shots like he did earlier. But his coach, Brad Underwood, feels he's going to be a better NBA player than he was in college. He's got a pass there between the legs. He's got a really good feel for the game and a really good feel for reading situations.
Lifetime ban on Cobra Kai from entering the tournament.
Malika, how is Kasparis Yakuchonis as the 11th rated player on my big board? This is a slime for him. He's going to be thrilled where he ended up because the Miami Heat need a ball handler and playmaker in his most in the worst possible way. Kasparis Yakuchonis is the best pick-and-roll playmaker in his draft. Think of a cross between Austin Reeves and Andrew Nembhard. Great size for a guard. Can play 1, 2, and 3. Shot maker, brings real toughness. He's a competitor. This is going to be a great pick for Miami. We don't traditionally draft international players. So I'm excited to see how he pairs with Tyler Hero, with Nikola Jovic, another international player. This is an awesome pick for the Miami Heat.
And Gavoni, there were 2 freshmen this season that averaged 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Kasparis Yakuchonis and Cooper Flag. He's in good company with a ton of potential as an NBA player.
Absolutely. Led Illinois in points per game and assists per game here. The 2025 NBA draft continues. And settles the pattern.
So try to learn it. Let's go. Sorry, I suck at this. I don't know what I'm doing.
Seeking.
Don't worry. I didn't get it either at first.
The unsatisfied.
To me like you had a teacher.
Emotion. Defiant.
Touching Connor, right?
Those who take things personally.
Dude,
Seeking.
taught me a lot.
Exceptional people to do exceptional
What you
things.
gotta do is close your eyes.
Find a tribute where there is none. Seeking. Those who will be hard on the problem to make it easier on the people. Seeking. Those who refuse to accept this as it is. So they put themselves in a position to change it.
All right, guys, we're 3 hours in. Getting ready for the 21st pick. For this, there will be 9 more to go.
Because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile.
So far, some big surprises. Not really any crazy trades.
T-Mobile's network has the most advanced.
And likely when you get
So you can text the
when you get this late into the draft, there's likely not going to be any late trades.
seriously. Hey, I got signal.
But there have been some interesting picks, especially with those 2 centers going back to back.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up. Hi, I'm Peter. Looks like a new concept. Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut level pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Karen's about to retire. Here's what's going into her retirement.
There's us. She raised us on our own.
10 years as my roller derby wife.
Great. Preschool, she's open.
She's a mother.
I think we turned out all right.
She's a friend.
Our mothers can tell stories.
She's a teacher.
She may be retiring, but she's not done.
I'm never gonna stop. Retirement is the sum of your life's work. Now what? Get income for life and protect your life's work with Prudential.
Point is, Kara, I would say Wi-Fi power boost.
Oh, we're talking maximum performance without season gold.
And that will tell us this bar that is created 731 gen modes.
733.
Yes. We're gonna get iPhone 16.
At your Xfinity store.
New and existing customers can get iPhone 16 on us with the new Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited line.
This is the house. It's beautiful.
This texture.
Honey, don't smell it.
This is sandalwood page 112.
It's over my heart.
Let me take a look. You can start making like an oyster. Talk about a workaround. Does he come with a stucco?
Tisuke Stucco, security guard, not included.
Welcome back to the 2025 NBA Draft, presented by State Farm. It's the Utah Jazz on the clock with the 21st overall pick. As we check in with our front office insider, Bobby Marks. Bobby, so far you're seeing Utah as the winners of this draft. Why?
I do 19 picks in, and I like what Utah did. Ace Bailey at number 5 didn't want to come in and work out. Too bad. We're going to take the best available player. Walter Clayton at their second pick here, the ultra competitive shot maker from Florida, a winner and national champion. I love what Utah's done so far.
Let's give you something to keep on loving for Utah because their pick is in. Let's send it back to the podium and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver for the 21st pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Will Riley from Kitchener, Canada.
So again, that pick is going to Washington, so they get Will Riley. They also drafted, obviously, Trey Johnson. So that's interesting. They get 2 shooting guards back-to-back, fill up their shooting guard depth. This means that they are fully locked into Bub Carrington at point guard.
His older sister, she has 3 of them, 14, and Ashley. And he credits his mom, Tracy, for really
So adding on to depth.
career. She was a hockey player, and Will says that she gave him the competitive edge that he has, the drive that he has. His dad, Ray, is an elite track and field coach. It's a really special moment for a athletic family here. But on the floor, Jay, he's got great size, 6'8".
I like Will Riley. I'm glad he actually got picked pretty early.
6th man of the year here, and it looks like he never turns the ball over.
Is he the first Canadian taken in this draft today?
I believe that to be
Canadian
the
first round
case.
pick. Yeah, when you mentioned the Big Ten 6th man of the year, a couple guys that won that award were Aaron Wiggins and Draymond Green, former Big Ten 6th man that did pretty well in the NBA. But Will Riley is very, very talented, and he's a skilled shot maker. He's a good passer. He can operate out of pick and roll, but he's a worker. You could argue he's not an elite NBA athlete, but the way he played his last 7 games, I think was really impressive. He got off to a good start with Illinois. He had some really good games, but the last 7 games, he averaged over 16 points a game and shot right at 50% from the field. He shoots 33% for 3. I think that's an area where he can really improve because he can make shots. And he's only 29% as a spot-up shooter, but he's got a lot of talent. He and Yakachon going back-to-back says a lot about the job that Brad Underwood did with this Illinois program.
And 2 Illinois players going back-to-back. I appreciate
All right, so
nothing phases him. He's got a gift to not be worried about a
Brooklyn backup.
If I watch the Alabama game
This is their pick. They just picked 3 picks ago. They have Igor Demon. They have Nolan Traore. Who could they pick here? Asanuo still on the board. Danny Wolf still on the board. Drake Powell still on the board. Liam McNeely still on the board. Cam Jones, Hugo Gonzalez, Chaz Lanier. Who else? Is there anyone else that fell? Nick Clifford is still on the board. Didn't think that Nick Clifford would fall this far.
He came out with flair, 31 points in his debut, the most by a freshman.
We're getting through there.
History. So that was an impressive way to start. And now we flip the page. I know it says Atlanta Hawks behind us. You know who's on the clock. It is the Brooklyn Nets once again. Shams, what more light can you shed on their plans this evening? Continue with 5 first-round picks.
5 first-round picks. They have 3 first-rounders left in this draft, including right here at number 22. The Nets believe this is part of the process. They still got a young, retooling, rebuilding team. And so Nets front office, led by general manager Sean Marks, they accumulated a ton of assets, a ton of flexibility, and that helped them get Terrence Mann and his number 22 pick because they had the salary cap. They could essentially take a talented wing player in Mann as a salary dump. So the Nets, as of right now, are going to continue to plan on picking here with these 5 first-round picks they have.
Shams, thank you very much. I'd like to bring back in our front office insider, Bobby Marks, if we could. And Bobby, I know this is a position that you don't know all that well. A lot of first-round picks.
Okay, that's cold.
Sorry, we're done with that joke here. Listen, I think Brooklyn has done really well. Certainly, they've got a little international flavor, but there's still a lot of value on the board right now. Certainly, a player like Easy Newell.
Rasheer Fleming still available?
They can go a lot of different directions as far as Liam McNeely is still on the board from UConn. We've already gone guard, but they go big here. This is a team that basically has Cam Johnson and Nick Claxton coming under contract, out of the contract, and they've got to make a decision on the restricted free agency of Cam Thomas.
So some decisions to be made here for Brooklyn. This is their draft headquarters. A lot of cheering and a lot of high-fiving coming from Brooklyn tonight, Jake. But Bobby mentioned Asa Newell. You're a big fan of his.
I think he's really talented. He plays with great energy, really good offensive rebounder, averaged over 3 offensive rebounds a game. That was second only to Janai Broome of Auburn in the Southeastern Conference. And he scored 140 second-chance points. And he's got tremendous length, impacts the game on both ends of the floor. It'll be interesting to see where he goes.
Active offensive rebounder, averaged 3.3 offensive rebounds a game, which is right behind Janai Broome for most in the SEC. He plays with a relentless motor on both ends, and he plays above the rim.
I love hearing from all of the Brooklyn fans that have come in tonight and are making their picks and their feelings about these picks very, very clear.
We're not going.
But no, I actually enjoy the authenticity of that in real time. But it feels like the worst place you can be in the NBA is kind of caught in the middle here. It feels like one way or the other, Brooklyn's going to have to take a direction here coming up in the post.
Well, that's how it is for every sport. You never want to be 17, 18, 19, 20. Like, that sucks.
In my opinion, the Sam Presti in drafting, right, and having the belief and building something. I think, everybody, at some point you got to start over. You can't just keep sticking with guys, bringing in vets and things of that nature. Sometimes you got to trust your young core. especially watching this Oklahoma City Thunder team, that gave life and belief and hope to a lot of organizations like the Brooklyn.
Absolutely. Even watching Indiana and the way that they were able to build and the pieces that they were able to bring in that weren't necessarily always the top picks here. It sounds like a good time, Jay, to check in on your best available as Brooklyn continues to roll this over.
Yeah, Asa Newell is still the top guy on my best available list that's still on the board. Jace Richardson is still up there. The only
Jace Richardson's still available.
Lefty from Michigan State, his father Jason Richardson played a long time in the NBA. He's undersized. He's a really small two-guard. And I still think Rasheer Fleming, St. Joseph's, I'd be very surprised if he's not a first-round pick, given he's a 3-and-D guy with tremendous length and an outstanding athlete that can knock down a three. But there's still some really good players and good athletes available. It's Drake Powell in North Carolina, Maxime Renault, who's a big guy from Stanford, who's an outstanding rebounder, averaged over 20 points a game. There are a number of different ways that they can go here.
Well, let's see if they agree with you here, Jay. The pick is in. Let's send it back to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver and see who is headed to Brooklyn.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Drake Powell from the University of North
Drake
Carolina.
Powell. So they go small forward. They get a scoring guard or a scoring forward, which is nice. So Demon, Traore in your backcourt, and now Powell in your front court. And they still have two other first-round picks. Potentially grab a center and grab one. But solid wing here. Good all-ball defense. Good shooting from Drake Powell. Just overall, just a 3-and-D. So I like what Brooklyn has done so far. I honestly do.
He's a great athlete, had some of the best numbers we've seen in the combine.
Yeah, and he killed it at the combine in all of the testing. He was number one in standing and max vertical. He was fifth in the three-quarter court sprint, sixth in the shuttle run. Lane agility, he was top 10. Really showed well athletically. But your point about making shots, they played off him most of the year because they were worried about R.J. Davis. But when he had open shots, he knocked them down. A good deal of potential for Drake Powell.
Drake Powell headed right here to Brooklyn. The NBA Draft will continue right after this.
And I'm going to take a quick break, guys.
And now introducing new CeraVe Anti-Dandruff Hair Care.
These jobs aren't exactly legal.
And 6 episodes of that all on Disney Plus. Iron Heart, now streaming only on Disney Plus.
Sunny Days offers Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser. Choose Advil Liquid Gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Release Gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
Ooh, get a load of this. Sonic Shakes are now half price after 5 p.m. So now you can, for half the price, get half price shakes every day after 5 for a limited time. Live free, eat Sonic.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. So you can lose more sweat and is it in you?
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you right here in America. We're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue or Pathfinder.
Dear Track. Flash through rushing rivers. Take on iconic trails. And race straight to the top. What's the point of winning if you can't kick back and enjoy the view? Yours, Toyota SUVs.
Lease RAV4 for just $319 per month or Grand Highlander for $429 with Toyota Care. Toyota's no-cost maintenance plan for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
I'm Bert Parnell, New Mexico's auto accident attorney. I live here and I win here. And here. And here. Here too. For almost 30 years, I've been fighting and winning for New Mexicans wrongfully hurt in a car crash, recovering nearly $500 million. This is my home, and my commitment to justice runs as deep as my roots. Hurt, call Bert. 332-BERT.
After the first round of the NBA draft concludes, it's SportsCenter with our friend Scott Van Pelt. He'll have complete post-NBA draft coverage, live guests, the latest news from Brooklyn, also new fabric. Cooper Flag is going to join the show. It's all in SportsCenter with Scott Van Pelt. That's next on ESPN and the ESPN app. All right. It's now time for the number 23 pick. But just a reminder that this pick is actually heading to Atlanta because they traded the number 13 pick to the New Orleans Pelicans. They also traded an unprotected 2026 first-round pick, the most favorable of the New Orleans and Milwaukee picks, all according to Shams Charania. That unprotected 2026 first-round pick, it could be very valuable for Atlanta here. Mark, we talked about teams like the Atlanta Hawks really needing to, after making it to the Eastern Conference Finals in 2021, it seems like now is the time to turn it up a notch. There is a vacancy in their conference, and they have some decisions to make about how to get up to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, they starting off on the right foot. You got a great coach, a hell of a coach, of course, Snyder. Right, Trae Young don't get enough love like he should. He's a guy that's putting up big numbers. But then you go out and you get Kristaps Porzingis. Right, you already have the defensive player of the year that's over there that's rocking things up. So you have something to build on, and I think the Orlando Magic was the ones that set the tone. While we were waiting to see what Kevin Durant was going to get traded or Giannis, all of a sudden, boom, they make a move to bring in Desmond Bain, and then now we're seeing teams start to follow, especially these Hawks.
I'm glad you brought up Kristaps Porzingis. Busy week here for Atlanta. It's time to send it back.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Washington Wizards are trading to the Utah Jazz the draft rights to Walter Clayton Jr., the 18th pick, and the Jazz are trading to the Wizards the draft rights to Will Riley, the 21st pick. And with the 23rd pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Ace Newell from the University of Georgia.
So Georgia guy staying in Georgia because again, Ace Newell headed here to the Atlanta Hawks. He led Georgia in scoring and rebounding last season. Was also a part of that Hawk Bears core team. And I just love this quote from Georgia coach Mike White because he's the same guy every single day. His facial expression is not going to change. He consistently shows up. And not only does he enjoy making his own ice cream, it's so much fun. And you can enjoy that for next Atlanta Hawks game.
All right, guys, we're back.
He's sort of in everything you want, I think, in a modern game. Good around the rim. Look, and he is great around the rim. He's over 70% in the paint at the rim, and he's an active offensive rebounder. Even when he can't get the offensive rebounder, he keeps the ball alive for opportunities for his teammates. He has an extremely high motor on both ends of the floor, and he's an elite athlete, explosive leaper, plays above the rim. He's an exciting player, truly talented, and he's fun to watch.
Yeah, Andrea, your point about his energy, he just plays with this relentless energy, and he certainly has talent, but he impacts the game at both ends. Big-time offensive rebounder. He's really an excellent cutter. His mobility, his speed, and you say, you can't say around the rim. I mean, he's above the rim. He had 58 dunks on the season. He had a ton of putbacks. I think he was 5th in the NCAA in putback points. 7 double-doubles. And he was a very good defender. His assignment when he's a primary defender shot only 36%. So with his length, athleticism, and more importantly, his want-to. Like, it's just this relentless effort that he plays with. And relentless is really hard to deal with, and that'll serve him well. When he plays with relentless energy in the NBA, he can always get a lot done.
Not to mention he was born in Atlanta, right? So this is
Welcome to the city. This is a real That's my city.
ATL, making sure you know. Oh, you're that SLW kid. Being very, very excited here for this pick. Ace Newell headed here to the Atlanta Hawks, and now the Oklahoma City Thunder are back on the clock. It is so rare, Jay, I think, to see a championship team to be talking about them this often in the first round. It's hard to think of another team as well positioned as the Oklahoma City Thunder.
They've done such a
All right, OKC back up at 24. They got, who did they get? They got Thomas Schwarber.
And they certainly draft talent. They get talent.
And they could possibly get another front court pick in Bashir Fleming.
Like, I was mesmerized by their defense all year long.
Nick Clifford? There's no way that Nick Clifford isn't a first round pick, right?
Indiana was reversed the ball in the finals for touchdown. No other team played as hard as together on the defensive end as Oklahoma.
But it seemed like Sam Presti, not seemed like, he's going to have to make some business decisions, right? You're drafting some guys right now. Obviously, you got guys like Jalen Williams who came in off the bench. I believe he was the 34th pick. Aaron Wiggins, the 55th pick in the draft. And now, I believe Sam got to make a decision and do those guys a favor and trade them to another destination where they could, become starters and get a chance to earn that money and not bring in these new draft picks that he's drafting tonight.
Well, let's see what Tim Presti has up his sleeve. Our senior insider, Sean Charania, back with us. Sean, what you got?
Yeah, this pick is actually being traded to the Sacramento Kings. So the Sacramento Kings have acquired the number 24 pick in this NBA draft. Sources tell me they're targeting Nick Clifford. They believe in finding players that are tough, have grittiness, and they're looking at a few players, but that is one, Nick Clifford, that is at the top of their minds right now. But 24th overall pick, not going to the Sacramento Kings.
Okay, the Sacramento Kings are now acquiring this pick. Sean, thank you so very much for that insight.
Thank goodness, man.
Oklahoma City Thunder are flush right now, so it makes sense that they're looking at other ways to continue to improve. You're going to see OKC. This pick is headed to the Sacramento Kings. Let's get it back to that.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Atlanta Hawks are trading to the Brooklyn Nets the draft rights to Drake Bell, the 22nd pick. And with the 24th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Nick Clifford from Colorado State.
Goes way later than I thought, bro.
I think here's his name called here. This is a young man who went back to school at Colorado State last season, and it really paid off. He had entered the 2024 draft before getting feedback from scouts, going back, applying it. It was through this playmaking, and he went from 2.9 to 4.4 assists a game. And now he is named after his father's favorite player, Dominique Wilkins. He is a first-round pick.
He started his career in Colorado before transferring to Colorado State, and Nick Clifford really has a versatile skill set. he's very efficient. And one of the great things about him is he got better year after year. He started his career out, he averaged 6-7 points in Colorado and wound up averaging 19 and about 10 rebounds per game last season at Colorado State. Good passer, gets some steals and blocks, plays both ends of the floor, but he's one of those guys who's efficient, he knows how to play. He can shoot it off the catch or the dribble. I still think he can improve his three-point shooting. He wasn't as consistent as I think he needs to be going forward. But another guy that plays hard, and that shows in his rebounding. But we talked about his versatility. He can get to the rim. He's got a good middle game. He's got good strength. I think he's an underrated athlete and an underrated defender. But the fact that he plays so hard and, grabbing 10 rebounds a game at his size, 6'5" or 6'6", that's a translatable skill to the NBA.
Averaging nearly a double-double as a guard, Andre, that's impressive. Well, Jay, you just talked about as well, his improvement over his career. 15 of his 25 career double-doubles came this season. He gets to his spots with ease, tough, efficient scorer, who can attack the paint off the dribble, and played at Colorado State. So he had big-time games this season against Maryland, against Ole Miss, filling up the stat sheet, not just scoring. 21 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 blocks against Maryland is just an example of how he can impact the game in multiple categories. And you can see how he improved from Colorado to Colorado State, increasing across every category. It's one of those benefits. You don't often see someone go from Colorado to Colorado State. You don't necessarily always see that sort of cross-state jump, but he made it, and it worked.
It did work, and he reminds you a little bit of his profile, kind of a Jaime Jaquez type player. I'm not saying they're exactly alike, but sort of that toughness and bringing it on both ends of the floor. And he had a great year for Colorado State this last year, one of the best players in the country.
And again, now headed to Sacramento Kings, and we see the trade proposed there. Let's get to Orlando's headlines here, because they've had a really interesting last couple of weeks. First, we mentioned them as the team that sort of got the ball rolling officially for the NBA offseason. Of course, everything is centered around Paolo Banchero.
Orlando needs a point guard.
7.5 rebounds, 4.8 assists a game, and they have a really young nucleus here. Banchero, along with Frank Wagner, Jalen Suggs, but they only played 6 games together, and they were eliminated in the first round by the Boston Celtics. Many believed that Celtics team was going to go all the way, but Orlando played them tough. Then they made a splash. They acquired Desmond Bain from the Grizzlies, or Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks here. It felt like Desmond Bain, KCP was not able to be that shooter, to be able to space the floor. For whatever reason, it just didn't pan out. He didn't have one of his better years. It feels like bringing in Desmond Bain is then saying, we're going to try to keep pushing in the chips to build around Paolo right now.
Absolutely, and that's what you should do. You're rising young star and showing you flashes that he's ready to win now. He's no different than Victor Wembanyama. Wembanyama showed the Spurs, hey, I want to win right now. The Spurs started going out and making moves. That's what the Magic are doing. They have been knocking at the door. Think about the first season when they put the world on notice. They took the Cavs to a 7-game series, right? And then we saw last year, they actually gave the Celtics a run for their money. They just didn't have enough firepower because of the injuries. So you start filling in the blanks, you start looking at the Eastern Conference and saying, hey, man, we really got a shot. If Indiana can do it, what's the difference between them and us? We got some more of those dogs on this team, too. Add some shooting. And look out for them this year.
I think a lot of people kind of hope that Indiana's run to the NBA Finals, because they looked around and said, okay, we don't necessarily have to have the player. We have to have a collection of really excellent players. Of course, Tyrese Halliburton proved himself in his postseason to maybe be closer to the player than a lot of folks thought. But Orlando's looking for guys who can play right now, Jay, and make an impact.
Yeah, and what Orlando should really do is defend. And Desmond Bain helps open up the floor so you can shoot it. They need more shooting.
Yeah.
They need more guys who can make shots. The scoring was a problem.
Well, let's see if they're going to add one of those scorers to their roster right now. The pick is it. Back to the podium we go.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Jace Richardson.
Yeah, I figured. Jace Richardson to the Magic. I mean, he's a guard, but he's not a true point guard, man. I still think that Cam Jones would have been perfect here. But it's a nice pick for Orlando. Sorry if I'm not as animated as I was before, guys. It's 3.5 hours in. It's the first time I've done this, testing my stamina here. But now we have Brooklyn back-to-back.
The only problem is he's undersized as a 2 guard. He's not really a point guard, but he's a good on-ball defender. His scoring instincts are what I think set him apart. When he became a starter, he really started to take off for Michigan State. So he had 29 against Oregon in his first start for the Spartans. And as a starter, he averaged over 16 points, shot over 42% from 3. But he's one of 6 Big Ten players who shoots 50% from 2, 40% from 3, and over 80% from the foul line. Even though he's small, he shoots over 70% at the rim.
Yeah.
So he's a creative finisher around the rim.
And maybe he can get some advice from his dad, Jason Richardson, who played 109 games with the Magic in his career. Of course, Jason was the 5th pick in 2001 after he was All-American at Michigan State before his 13 seasons in the NBA. We should mention Mom, too. Jack played college ball, and Jace credits her, actually, with his IQ and his playmaking. So this really runs in the family here, Andrea, which is so cool to see. Oh, yeah, we see you in the Golden State Warriors jersey. The 2025 NBA Draft will continue after these festivals.
Visit your Audi dealer and lease the all-new 2025 Audi Q5 Quattro Premium for $699 per month.
DashPass saves you money on DoorDash, so you can skip the trip to the grocery store and focus on what really needs saving. Your sanity. Save on grocery orders with DashPass by DoorDash. Your door to more savings.
When you're with Amex Platinum, you can go the distance for what you love. And with travel perks like guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout with 5 hotels and resorts, you have more time to celebrate. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
At AT&T, we confidently guarantee our network.
8282. Bingo!
What we can't guarantee is Cooper Flag having any channel.
Bingo!
Next one, cool.
Let's go!
We're going to check in.
Yes, baby.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up. Hi, Peter.
What's up in your conversation?
Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Championships are back. This is going to get bigger and better as the year. The Bucks are ready to blow out.
So much talent.
As the Kings in center stage for the premier group flag football event of the summer.
The title on the line in the shadow of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota, July 18th through 20th on ESPN, ABC, and more Disney networks.
Oh, we know this. Oh. So when the Xfinity Wi-Fi started booming, you tapped right in. Combine Xfinity Wi-Fi and mobile means we get laptop speeds on the go. We call it Wi-Fi Power Boost. We call it Gushing.
Booming Wi-Fi, booming savings with Xfinity Mobile. Claim an unlimited mobile line included for a year with your Xfinity Internet.
The Wi-Fi booming. The Wi-Fi like this booming.
And everyone's getting iPhone 16 when they get Xfinity Mobile. Point is, pair iPhone 16 with Xfinity Mobile Wi-Fi Power Boost.
Oh, we're talking maximum performance without touch speed on the play.
And Apple tells this bar that is created 731 gen modes.
733.
Yes.
We're going to get iPhone 16.
At your Xfinity store.
New and existing customers can get iPhone 16 on us with the new Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited line.
The second pick in the 1985 NBA draft goes to the Indiana Pacers. Our horseshoe court basketball
From the Knicks there. They're on the phone looking like John Thompson. They're making a big decision. Here's Vince Curry floating up the pick.
Select Patrick Ewing.
It's the 40th anniversary of the draft that brought Patrick Ewing to New York. Now, the Knicks, at one point, this was their pick, but it was sent to the Brooklyn Nets, the part of that Mikal Bridges trade that had a whole bunch of draft picks attached to it. Brooklyn is now on the clock here for back-to-back picks. Again, part of the 5 picks they are making here in this first round after conversations as to whether or not they are going to keep all of these picks. It certainly seems like they are as of right now. I want to bring back in our front office insider, Bobby Marks here, but they're taking several guards. I'm curious on the future here of Cam Thomas, who's a restricted free agent.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging for Cam Thomas out there. Basically, the only team that has cap space is the Brooklyn Nets. So who are you actually bidding against when you go out, when you're Cam Thomas out there? You can go out and you can take that 1-year qualifying offer with the Nets. You can become a free agent next year, or you can compromise on a next contract. So we'll keep an eye on what happens with Cam Thomas.
All right, 3 hours 40.
That's where Brooklyn
We're back.
You're looking at your best available. There's one young man left in the green room right now. We'll see if he is the one that is selected. But right now, I'm hearing the commissioner's almost ready to take 10 seconds.
Sure, Fleming would be next on the board.
Okay.
My best available.
Let's check in with the commissioner.
With the 26th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Ben Sirach from Ganyo.
Another point guard? So are they going to play Igor Demon at small forward? This is not how I expected them to spend their 5 draft picks.
Now, Ben Sirach has some real toughness to him. There was some thought that he might end up being a staff pick, but I think that the Nets are considering bringing him over already this season. This would be their 3rd guard that they've added here in the first round. They drafted Igor Demon at 8, Lawrence Power at 19, and now Ben Sirach at 26. 3 international guards for the Brooklyn Nets.
Ben Sirach from Germany, born in Israel. He was teammates with Noah Esenge. Both of his parents played professional ball here. And again, that's why I was asking Bobby about this trend of Brooklyn bringing in guards. They were still on the clock now here, back-to-back picks, mark the 5. I've said it several times. I think because I'm still convincing myself of keeping all these picks here, Jay. They got another one coming up. Your best available too.
Same as it was before Sirach. Sirach was 2 down for Rasheer Fleming. But Danny Wolf is still available, the big guy from Michigan. Liam McNeely from UConn is still in the green room. Maxime Renaud from Stanford, the French big guy who averages double-double, 20 points, 10 rebounds. There's still some good players available to get one
This is one of the hard parts of the draft is seeing the young men who are still left in the green room and maybe expecting to hear their names a little bit earlier here on Drea, but it hasn't panned out that way. We still have a couple of picks left here in the first round, but he's having a conversation here with Nathan, his family. Can you just take us inside
what those conversations look like. I know you've talked to Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's a brutal feeling. I can't wait to hear your name called, but we have seen and heard from so many guys that have had success in the league. It's not when your name gets called, it's the fit of the team that calls your name. That's one of the most important things, but this is a tough one.
It is a tough moment. And look, right now we feel the advantage, right? And we should. Like, we're in the green room. You're going to get drafted. You just didn't get drafted if you wanted to. Also, it's a problem because, you know, you're watching some guys that may be getting drafted before you that you feel like you're better than. And rightfully so. And so the thing is about getting the opportunity. Once you get your opportunity, once you get your name called, you write it, you remember the teams that passed on you, and you call out and remind them what you do.
You make me think of Draymond Green, who's still 4 championships later can name every single team and player that was picked before him in order all the way into the second round. This is something that he has worn as a motivation. Again, there's just a couple of picks left here, Jay. It's a tough feeling in the moment, but you have to imagine that once they hear their names called, it comes around.
Yeah, it's unusual for the NBA draft, but I mean, I always go back to football that when Aaron Rodgers had to sit there for all that period. It was a rough night. It worked out pretty well for him. You know, but this isn't the end destination. It's really just the beginning.
Right. This is really just the first chapter of a long story that we get men hope to write in the NBA. And you see them checking their phones right now, hoping that they're the next one who's going to see that screen light up with the pick being their name. It's time to get you back to the podium. Brooklyn.
Well, it looks like it's not going to be 27. Is Brooklyn going to go for another European guard?
We have a trade to announce. The Atlanta Hawks trade the draft rights to Derek Queen, the 13th pick, to the New Orleans Pelicans for the draft rights to Asa Newell, the 23rd pick,
Wow.
and the 2026 first-round pick.
What the heck? So Queen's going to the Pelicans?
2025 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf from the University of
All right, they end up getting Danny Wolf anyways, but he ends up going all the way down to 27. So now I think the only one left in the green room is Liam McNeely, which I also did not expect. Only 3 picks left, and Liam has not been taken. So Derek Queen's now going to New Orleans. Crazy stuff, guys.
Then transferred here to Michigan. Came off the bench, freshman at Yale, started as a sophomore before he ended up transferring. And we have one thing in common. It's not our 7-2 win. We'll forget it.
Danny Wolf is really a point a ball handler and an initiator of offense. You don't say this very often about a 7-footer, but he's a pick-and-roll ball handler. He operated a pick-and-roll situation with Vlad Walton and transferred in to Michigan. Like, Danny Wolf's a transfer. He played at Yale and actually played on a Yale team that beat Auburn in the NCAA tournament 2 years ago. But working with Vlad Walton, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen in college 2 7-footers run pick-and-roll with each other. Really successful at the WNBA. He had 15 double-doubles on the season. That was third in the Big Ten, only to Derek Queen and Julian Reese. He averaged close to 10 rebounds a game, 2.5 of them offensive. But he's very, very skilled. Excellent rebounder and a very creative passer that can be a facilitator. We talked about him playing at Yale and played on a really good team there with John Poulikitis, the left-hander, winning that game against Auburn. There he is operating in the post where he is very effective, but where he's really effective is the passer. Now, he did turn it over a fair amount. He had 120 turnovers, back with 7 posts in the NCAA. But, man, he delivered a lot as well. That's a big-time left-handed pass and golden there. But really good footwork, just an excellent basketball player that knows how to play. The only thing, he's not an elite NBA athlete. He gets a lot of things done out on the floor.
He amazes me. The vision, skill set of a point guard in the body of a center. And if you go back 2 seasons ago at Yale, he was a pick-and-roll ball handler less than 20 possessions on the season. This past season at Michigan, he was a pick-and-roll ball handler over since he's run. He completely transformed his game and opened up. And you see his mom so happy, so thrilled. What a journey for Danny Wolf. Wow. His mom, Tina, the moment that
Well, I saw a mock draft the other day that had Rasheer Fleming falling to the Celtics. I never thought that would happen, and here we are. That could definitely be the pick here. He's available. Hugo Gonzalez is still available. Cam Jones is still available. Liam McNeely, Maxine Reynaud, Ryan Kalkbrenner, Chaz Lanier, Adu Thiero. Darius Proctor's still available. So there's going to be some pretty solid prospects still available in the following round.
Support system and your brothers in the feature. But as you see these folks standing right here, what do you say to them?
I'm lucky. They helped me so much that got me to where I'm at, and I don't think there's a better support system in the world, and I couldn't have be lucky to have better parents.
Tina, you guys are overcome with emotion. What are you thinking?
We're so excited to go to New York. It was what we wanted, and it happened. And hard work, and we have so many thanks to so many people who got him here besides himself, and we are beyond blessed.
What did you see in your son that made this moment come true?
His entire life, he's had a chip on his shoulder to be great. And nothing for this kid is easy. He's a hard worker, and we cannot be more proud to be his parents.
You guys, it's been incredible. Daddy, I think we heard your brother is at the table still trying to get himself together. Just so much emotion. It's healthy. I'm glad to see you guys letting it out.
Sure, yeah. I have two greatest brothers in the world. I have an unbelievable sister who I love, and they all helped me get to where I'm at today, and they're going to help me get to where I'm going to go in this league.
2025 NBA Draft. The Boston Celtics select Hugo Gonzalez from Madrid.
Adam Silver's like, man, we got to get this thing rolling, bro. It's almost 9:30. Hugo Gonzalez to the Celtics. Interesting. Not going front court, which is where I thought they would go, but hey, this draft has brought surprises.
I love this pick for the Boston Celtics. I got told that they are keeping this pick and they are bringing Hugo Gonzalez over right away. NBA teams love the intensity and frenetic energy that Hugo Gonzalez brings every month he's on the court. Think of a Christian Brown or a Jaime Jaquez type who defends point guards through power forwards and makes highlight reel plays, chasing down blocks and getting in passing lanes. He has strong court vision. He's a transition scorer, and he's a tremendous athlete. The Boston Celtics got one of the biggest steals in the draft here in my view.
Yeah, you called him a big-time effort guy. He joined Real Madrid's team at 9 years old. He quickly ascended here. In 2023, he won the Next Generation Tournament with Real Madrid U18 here. So it's been quite the journey here for Hugo Gonzalez. I do want to go back to that emotion that we saw from the Wolf family. Kurt, you were even getting a little bit misty. Now, don't lie. Don't lie.
I was getting a little teary-eyed. I mean, it's a special moment. He's been waiting, and you heard his dad say, he's been counting out all his life, but then watching his brother be so happy for him. That's the best part about it, watching your family being happy for your success.
And being able to all share it together with each other. And that's really what it's about. And his mom, Tina, who was so excited, going from these tears to literally leaping for joy in her interview with Monica. And just the journey that her son has gone on, and even the journey of tonight, Dave, because again, it's a little bit of a roller coaster. She's taking a great one.
2 picks left, guys, and it looks like this Suns pick is going to the Hornets. Okay. Oh, this is part of the Mark Williams trade. I completely forgot about it. So again, Liam McNeely available, Cam Jones available, Chaz Lanier, and everything. Looks like we're going to do a small commercial break before the next pick. So I think we'll do one more. We'll be right back, and then we'll be right back for these last 2 picks.
Karen's about to retire. Here's what's going into her retirement.
There's us. She raised us on our own.
10 years as my roller derby wife.
Great. We suppose she's up.
She's a mother.
I think we turned out all right.
She's a friend.
Our mothers can tell stories.
She's a teacher.
She may be retiring, but she's not done.
I'm never gonna stop. Retirement is the sum of your life's work. Now what? Get income for life and protect your life's work with Prudential.
I'm not in. I'm not down. Because a car that doesn't make you feel recognized is a car that stops short of amazing.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up. Hi, I'm Peter. Looks like a meatball. Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Did they just hop from a baseball game to a show on Max without leaving DirecTV?
It's like all their apps and channels are connected.
Oh, all connected. Shows, movies, sports, cooking shows.
Is she talking to us?
Tell me, how does DirecTV put all your favorite stuff on one home screen? Unplanned content suggestions based on your watch history? Mind control.
You recently electrocuted.
Introducing genre packs starting at $34.99.
Well, I, for one, am intrigued.
When it comes to your wireless plan, don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk. More ways to connect. I love you, Mom. More reasons to share. And when you spend less with Straight Talk, you can get more moments to yourself by getting something for them. Switch to Straight Talk and get a free 5G phone on ice on America's most reliable 5G network. Find us at Walmart at StraightTalk.com.
The history of winning started with 65 games, losing steam, losing sweat. The solution? A drink that hydrates better than water. Change forever.
Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
Hey, it's your dry skin. I need to seal in moisture. CeraVe hydrates up to 10 layers deep and delivers 3 essential ceramides helping restore my barrier. Lock in 24-hour hydration with CeraVe facial moisturizing lotions.
And now introducing new CeraVe Anti-Dandruff Hair Care. To secure victory, drivers in F1 Namuna need total focus. They also need to eat. KFC fill-ups are back. Enjoy 4 ways to fill up for just $7 each. And see F1 the movie in theaters June 27th. Rated PG-13.
Hey, guys. There's a change in there.
2 changes.
2 changes.
The 3-row luxury TMs. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe.
All right, guys, just under 4 hours in, and we're back for the final 2 picks of the night. It's been a very interesting and fun night, that's for sure.
Phoenix is on the clock, and the pick is headed to Charlotte. Here's Christian.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Liam McNeely.
All right, Liam's headed to the Hornets. Hornets have some good shooting on their side.
Yes, he was. And now he's headed to Charlotte. He grew up playing multiple sports, including flag football, baseball, soccer, track, but he fell in love with basketball when he was just 3 years old. And he's impressive off the court too. He's a huge mental health advocate. And he comes from a family of hoopers. His mom and his 2 uncles, grandpa, great-grandpa, they all played college hoops here. But his best game and how they played against
Clearly the most he scored, but what was really impressive when they get to one point is against top 25 opponents this year that you're going to play, you usually have 21 a game in those games against the best teams.
He's got versatility. He's tough and he's physical. He rebounds his position pretty well. He's a capable shooter and he gets fouled. He's another one of these guys that I think makes the right play and strives to make the right play. But he can make shots. You know, he's the Big East Freshman of the Year. That gave UConn back-to-back Freshman of the Year. Stephon Castle had it last year, and then he went to be Rookie of the Year in the NBA. So we talked about his toughness. He will dive on the floor. He throws his body out there. He does not mind mixing it up. He gets to the glass, and he can make tough shots. He's got a good feel in floor spacing and then relocating. Reads the floor, makes the extra pass. And he's an underrated athlete. He tested really well in the combine, especially with his football.
The fourth third player to be drafted tonight on draft. And going back to Liam and Neely, look at these four guys. You have to imagine that they're so happy for each other. They'll all be drafted in the first round after going through everything they went through in high school or prep school, as Jay would say. But you all both mentioned the 38-point game against Creighton, which was impressive. But he had 18 and 11 in a loss against St. John's before that, where he showed a lot of toughness. And now Liam is with Armand.
Liam, delayed a bit, but not denied. And you're headed to the Charlotte Hornets. And our guys are just talking about the opportunity that gives you. How are you feeling?
You know, this is a dream come true. Regardless of the number of things, I was drafted in the NBA, and I really don't have words. I'm trying not to cry right now.
All right, let's go to Mom Ashley, who we talked about in the feature. You put the ball in your son's hands at the age of 3. Along the way, what did you watch and learn to help make tonight come true?
You know, Liam is so committed to winning and to making winning plays, and he's an incredible teammate, and he wants to do the right thing for his team, and so they will be thrilled.
Speaking of teammates, you now round out the 4 guys from Mount Vernon tonight. How special is it to share this night with us guys?
You know, those are my brothers.
It's good. It's your night.
So proud of them. The dream come true.
Congratulations, Liam. Congratulations, Mom Ashley.
He was sitting in the green room all night, and the moment that he shed a tear was not when he was waiting, was not when he finally heard his name called. The moment that he started crying was when he thought about his teammates and what everyone has accomplished here together. I think that speaks volumes, Jay, as to who this young man is.
Yeah, I mean, his mom spoke about him being a great teammate, and that really runs through the players we had talked about, not just the Mount Vernon guys, but throughout this. I mean, there were a bunch of high-character young men that were drafted tonight in the first round. There's still one more pick to go before we get to pick number 30. But, and I don't say this as a joke. I mean, I don't remember draft being this emotional. But this has been the most emotional first round. This is my 23rd draft. There's never been this many tears. Except when I needed to use some rescue.
The only other one that I thought of, Jay, not that, was 2020. Again, the same sort of separation people had with not being able to go out in the world. Truly, this is a night of first. We're also seeing a new freshman record for freshmen selected, 18 now, with really being drafted.
And now more than ever, right, these young men are able to see and hear the haters in the job, right? So they go on their phones and they look on social media, and all of a sudden you got guys criticizing them and telling them what they're not. Think about it. They have one bad game throughout the course of their college season, and they go to their phone, and the haters are killing them. Trolls are saying negative things about them. So it's like warfare, where guys before them, they didn't have as much attention, so they couldn't see the hate. They couldn't hear the hate. And so that's why I think a lot of the emotions, because they're like, yeah, I'm proving y'all wrong. I am getting drafted. But I applaud.
I remember sitting in the green room when I was doing what Monica does now, and I was watching as a young player who was sleeping in the draft. He was looking at his phone. He was actively scrolling and watching what people were saying about him in that moment. And so it is. There's so many voices that these guys are hearing. It's so cool to see Liam tune all of that out and be able to really soak all of this in. We're wrapping it up. It's getting to the end of the night. The Los Angeles Clippers are on the board. They had a bit of a surprising season. This is the final take of the evening.
evening, Jay. Before we sign off with this last bit, your takeaways from tonight.
Well, I mean, we're going to look back on this as the Cooper Flag draft because he's the big prize and the number one overall pick going to Dallas, and I think he's going to do great things in the NBA. But so many talented players, like I really appreciate what San Antonio did in this draft. Getting Dylan Harper and. They got a great player in Harper, at least the potential to be one. But we're going to look back on this draft in 5 years. We're going to go, why didn't they take this guy? This is going to be the same as all the other drafts. There are going to be guys that come from further down than we expected and become all-stars. And you go back to Jacobs Alexander was drafted 11th. And I don't know how many people were saying MVP that night. They're chanting it down.
Monica, we will get her takeaways shortly. Andrea, we will get your takeaways shortly, and Kendrick Perkins as well. But let's wrap up tonight with the 30th pick overall belonging to the Los Angeles Clippers, and let's go back to Commissioner Silver.
All right, guys, final pick of the night, number 30, Clippers.
In the 2025 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Yannick Conan Niederhauser from Bracel, Switzerland, and Penn State.
No idea who this guy is. No idea. But that is going to end the night for us. Just over 4 hours. It was a lot of fun, guys. Thank you so much for everyone that decided to tune in. Obviously, things did not go as we expected. A lot of big-time surprises. But that's what the NBA draft is, and that's what a lot of these analyses are as well. Just trying to prove that we can be as good as the front offices and know what's going on in their head. Obviously, we never do. But it's always a lot of fun to go ahead and attempt it. Look out for new content on the way within the next couple of days for analysis of this draft. Try to get that out as soon as possible. Without further ado, guys, that's all I really have for tonight. Thank you guys again for your support. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Follow us on social media. All ads are in the description. And without further ado, I will see you guys in the next one. Take it easy. Peace.
That concludes first round.